The room is quiet. The world hasn't made its demands yet. And in that exact moment, before the mind is fully awake, you face one of the most important choices of your day. Do you fall into habit, or do you rise with intention? Most people grab their phones. It's automatic. Thumb scrolls, eyes glaze. The flood of notifications begins to write the script for their mind. But a Stoic lives differently. A Stoic doesn't surrender the direction of their day to headlines, messages, or noise. A Stoic chooses, even here, especially here. What if, before anything else, you asked yourself one question? What's the first good thing I'll do today? That's not just optimism. That's training. It's courage. Not the kind needed on a battlefield, but the quiet, invisible kind that determines who leads, your will or your impulse. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, I am rising to do the work of a human being." That line is not just motivational, it's structural. It reminds you that to live well, you must begin well, not in passivity, not in retreat, but in response to your highest self. You're not waking to check your feed or chase approval. You're waking to carry out your duty, to yourself, to reason, and to the world that needs you clear-minded. The first 5 minutes of your morning are not small. They are a rehearsal for the entire day. Begin groggy and resistant, and you've already started practicing avoidance. Begin awake and willing, and you've set a rhythm of presence. Think of it this way. How you rise becomes how you walk, how you speak, how you think. It's not about being perfect. It's about choosing not to begin with surrender. So what does this look like in practice? Simple acts. You don't need to sit in lotus position or light incense. You need a pattern breaker. Place a card by your bed that reads, "Today will I choose fear or courage," or let your alarm play a single Stoic quote. Maybe Epictetus reminding you, how long will you wait before you demand the best of yourself? Use that first moment to remember, not react. Let's say tomorrow morning you try this. No phone, no autopilot, just 10 slow breaths. Inhale for 4, hold for 2, exhale for 6. Do it with awareness. And at the end of those breaths, say one sentence, quiet but firm. I will get up by will, not by feeling. Then move. Let your feet touch the floor. That's your first victory. Why is this so powerful? Because you're planting the seed of discipline where it matters most, at the root. You're sending a signal to your nervous system that you are in charge today. Not your cravings, not your fatigue, not your fears. Just you, in command. This isn't about a perfect morning routine. It's not about performing strength. It's about training inner stillness and quiet authority, the kind of strength that doesn't shout, the kind that's felt in how you move through the hours ahead. You're not just waking up, you're beginning a rhythm of self-governance, and no matter what chaos the day throws at you, you've already made your first move, not as a servant to distraction, but as a sovereign over your mind. Because the real war doesn't begin in traffic or meetings or arguments. It begins here, in the bed, in your first thoughts, in that first choice. That's where the battle for the day is either won or lost. And winning doesn't require force. It requires presence, a pause, a breath, a question. Ask it enough days in a row, and your life begins to shift. You stop dragging yourself through your mornings and start meeting them like someone who knows what they're here for. And maybe the outside world still pulls, the noise still comes, but you're not starting from chaos anymore. You're starting from clarity. So tomorrow, when the alarm rings, don't look outward, don't scroll, sit up, let your hands rest on your thighs, look out the window, remind yourself, I rise to do the work of a human being. You're not here to escape or delay, you're here to act. Begin with strength, and the rest will follow. And if you can do this, if you can meet the first 5 minutes with courage, you've already taken back something most people don't even know they've lost. Momentum. Now let's carry that into what comes next. Number 2, 3 minutes of premeditatio malorum. Before you even place your feet on the floor, pause. Keep your eyes closed, not to drift back into sleep, but to awaken the mind. Imagine the day ahead, not the ideal version, but the real one, the one that may test your patience, the one that might interrupt your plans, the one filled with unexpected traffic, careless words, and little frictions that sneak up on the unprepared. In that quiet space between waking and rising, the Stoic begins to prepare, not by bracing in fear, but by rehearsing strength. This is the practice of premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity. It takes 3 minutes, just 3. But in those minutes, you train your mind like a warrior, sharpening his sword before battle. You see the small defeats that might come, the delay that makes you late, the email that challenges your effort, the person who speaks with more ego than care. And instead of flinching or reacting, you imagine yourself meeting each moment with calm, with poise, with the kind of inner strength that doesn't need to raise its voice to be powerful. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." That's not just a line, it's a daily instruction. Because what happens is rarely in your hands. But what you bring to it, how you choose to respond, is yours completely. And when you visualize hardship before it arrives, you reduce its surprise, you disarm its chaos, you give yourself the clarity of a second response, one that's not ruled by impulse, but by intention. Picture this, you're in your car and someone cuts you off. You feel the rush, the tightness in your chest, the spark in your jaw. But your mind already saw this. You rehearsed it earlier. You take a breath. You let them go. No horn, no curse, no energy wasted on something you don't control. Or maybe someone speaks sharply in a meeting. You don't snap back. You pause, tilt your head slightly, and ask for clarification, not to shame them, but to lead with control. In both cases, your preparation becomes your advantage. Your mind doesn't need to catch up. It's already been there. Modern science backs this up. Studies show that the brain responds to imagined experiences almost as strongly as to real ones. The nervous system doesn't fully distinguish between what's rehearsed and what's lived, which means that a few minutes of mental preparation each morning can actually wire your responses for the rest of the day. You're not just thinking, you're training, you're rehearsing mastery in advance. And here's the beauty of it. You don't need a meditation cushion. You don't need incense or background music. You need 3 minutes, lying in bed, eyes closed, breathing slowly, imagining discomfort, resistance, challenge, and picturing yourself moving through it, anchored and awake. You might even whisper to yourself, "If I face resistance, I will meet it with stillness. If someone raises their voice, I will not mirror it. I will redirect it." This isn't pessimism, it's clarity. The Stoic doesn't wait for things to go wrong to decide how they'll act. They decide in advance, because they understand that composure is not luck. It's not a personality trait. It's the result of a disciplined mind, a mind that refuses to be caught off guard by the predictable friction of life. And once the visualization is done, you don't jump up. You don't force yourself into motion. You just breathe, in and out, quietly, the way the sea moves before a storm, steady, deep, present. And then, when you finally rise, it's not just your body that's awake. It's your mind, your stance, your readiness. You don't walk into the day like someone hoping for ease. You walk like someone who's already met the storm in their mind and chosen not to flinch. That's the mark of a Stoic. Not someone immune to difficulty, but someone prepared for it. Someone who greets discomfort the way a craftsman greets a challenging piece of work, focused, patient, and willing. So before you get out of bed tomorrow, give yourself those 3 minutes. Close your eyes. Picture the tests. Picture your power. And when your feet hit the floor, let them carry not just your weight, but your resolve. Because once you've trained the mind to face the hard things, the next step is to train it to find quiet in the middle of all that noise. And that brings us to what comes next. Number 3, moment of silence. 10 cycles of breathing. Marcus Aurelius wasn't just a philosopher king. He was a commander on the battlefield, a ruler under pressure, and most of all, a man at war with his own thoughts. History remembers his conquests and decisions. But what made him truly powerful wasn't just the armies he led. It was the stillness he carried in his mind. In the heart of military camps, surrounded by the noise of strategy and the weight of responsibility, Marcus found sanctuary, not in a temple or a scroll, but in something far simpler, his breath. That breath was his anchor. Inhale, hold, exhale, a rhythm beneath the noise, a private harbor in the storm. He wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul." That inner peace didn't arrive by accident. It was trained. And the first step of that training began with silence. So tomorrow morning, before the flood of thoughts begins, before you open your phone, before your mind starts listing tasks, just sit up. No special posture, no cushion, no ritual. Just sit, grounded. Let your back rise tall, as if your spine itself remembers your dignity. Close your eyes and breathe. Inhale for 4 seconds. Let the air fill your chest. Not rushed, not strained. Hold it for 2 seconds. Then exhale for 6. Feel your shoulders soften, your jaw release, your mind begin to return to itself. Do this 10 times. 10 simple cycles. That's all. This is not modern wellness. It's not some trendy hack. It's one of the oldest practices in the Stoic tradition, what we now know scientifically as the activation of the parasympathetic nervous system. In plain terms, it's how the body shifts out of fight or flight and into presence and recovery. It's how the Stoic begins the day, not in reactivity, but in quiet control. While most people wake up already bracing against the day, the Stoic takes a moment to scan the fortress within, to ask, am I starting with noise or with clarity? Because clarity doesn't arrive through force. It arises through stillness, and breath is the gatekeeper. Picture it like this. You're sitting behind the wheel, not of a vehicle, but of your own attention. With each breath, you choose how to steer. Inhale, and you become aware. Exhale, and you release the tension that doesn't serve you. These breaths are not about chasing a feeling. They're not meant to fix your mood. They are about choosing presence over panic, composure over chaos. In 10 cycles, you're not solving your life. You're simply remembering that you're in charge of how you meet it. This is how Marcus Aurelius prepared for war. Before speaking, before acting, he would turn inward. He didn't rely on a quiet world. He created a quiet mind. He practiced the pause. And from that pause, he moved with clarity. That's the difference between those who chase peace and those who carry it. One hopes for better conditions. The other builds the strength to remain calm regardless of them. This is what we mean when we talk about a Stoic morning. It's not just about what you do. It's about how you enter the day, not frantically, not reactively, but with quiet precision. Try it tomorrow. Set a timer if you need to, or flip over a 1-minute hourglass. Just sit. 10 breaths. No more, no less. And in that space, you'll start to notice something subtle but real. Your mind is no longer racing ahead. Your body feels a bit more grounded. Your thoughts seem less urgent. You haven't fixed everything, but you've changed how you meet everything. And that's the power of this practice. Seneca once wrote, "Every day, a little of our life is taken from us. We can't stop that, but we can decide how we show up for what remains. And every day still begins with a single breath." That's where presence lives. That's where intention begins. And if you can start with 10 quiet breaths, you've already begun to master what most people spend years chasing. Because after you breathe, after you sit in that moment of deliberate stillness, you're not just awake, you're aligned. And from that alignment, you're ready to face whatever comes next. Number 4, filter through the 2 controls. By the time your feet touch the floor, your mind is already racing. There's that meeting at 9, an inbox full of unanswered emails, and a nagging sense that something important is slipping through the cracks. Without realizing it, the world has started pulling you in every direction before you've even taken your first conscious breath. But here's where the Stoic draws a line. Right here, before the day runs away with you, you take a pause. You reach for a quiet practice, simple in form but powerful in effect. You filter your thoughts through 2 controls. Epictetus taught that everything in life falls into one of 2 categories, what you can control and what you cannot. The wisdom of that separation is where freedom begins. So tomorrow morning, take a blank piece of paper. Draw 2 columns. On the left, write, what I control. On the right, what I don't. Don't rush to fill them. First, breathe. Inhale for 4 seconds. Hold for 2. Exhale for 6. Let the breath settle your thoughts. Then begin. Look at your day, a full calendar. That's on the right. You didn't create it all. Someone else's reaction in a meeting, also on the right. Whether a client replies or the stock market moves in your favor, still the right column. The weather, the traffic, your boss's mood, all of them outside your reach. You don't steer those currents. You only decide how you move through them. But the left column, that's where your strength lives. You control how you prepare your notes, how clearly you write an email, the breath you take before speaking, the tone of voice you use, whether you check your posture before walking into a room. These are not minor details. These are your domain. The Stoic doesn't waste energy wishing they could change what they cannot. They pour effort into refining what they can. Epictetus once said, "Happiness and freedom begin with a clear understanding of one principle. Some things are within our control, and some things are not." When you truly absorb that, something remarkable shifts. You stop chasing the outcome. You start shaping the input. You stop trying to make people behave a certain way. You start mastering the way you show up. Let's say you're waiting on an important decision, maybe a job offer, a business reply, a message that feels like it could change something significant. The anxiety creeps in and your mind starts spinning. What if they don't say yes? What if they misunderstood me? That's the right column talking. But the moment you recognize it, you can return to the left. You can choose to reread your proposal and refine your message. Or maybe the best action is no action. Maybe it's to breathe, sit up straight, and return to what you do control. Your attitude, your tone, your presence. That shift is not small. It's how you turn a reactive life into a directed one. This practice isn't just for major decisions. It's for mornings, for the minutes between waking and doing. It's for building a habit of discernment. When you draw those two columns again and again, even if you don't write much, you're training your mind to pause before spiraling. You're reminding yourself that worry doesn't add power. Clarity does. And clarity is what allows you to begin the day without the burden of trying to control what was never yours. When you live this way, you're no longer chasing life. You're participating in it, fully, calmly, and with intention. You're not trying to escape difficulty. You're learning how to meet it with wisdom. So tomorrow, before you open your inbox or check your phone, take 3 minutes, breathe, reflect, then ask, what today belongs to me? And what must I let pass through untouched? You don't need to solve everything. You just need to return to what is yours to shape. Because when you get this right, when you train yourself to separate what's yours from what's not, you stop leaking energy, you conserve your strength, you become still, not because the world is calm, but because you've chosen your place within it. And from that place, we move to the next principle, one that sharpens not just your thoughts, but your entire sense of self. Number 5. Write a morning Stoic journal in 5 lines. Before your phone lights up, before the world demands your attention, reach for something quieter, yourself. Sit up in bed, let the light come in naturally, and pick up the small notebook you've placed beside you the night before. That's your first move. Not toward noise, but toward clarity. Open to a fresh page. You don't need paragraphs or poetry, just 5 lines. That's all it takes to center your mind and awaken the kind of strength that carries you through the day. Start with this question: what am I grateful for today? Maybe it's the breath you're taking right now. Maybe it's the sound of birds outside your window, or the warmth of a coffee mug between your palms. Maybe it's someone who stuck by you even when you didn't say much. Gratitude isn't fluff. It's the mental soil in which resilience grows. When you begin your day remembering what's already enough, you're far less likely to spend it chasing what isn't. Second, ask yourself, if a challenge arises, how will I respond? This is a soft form of premeditatio malorum, a mental rehearsal of adversity. Don't overthink it. Maybe you know your coworker tends to interrupt. Maybe you expect traffic or an awkward call. Write something like, if I get interrupted today, I'll pause, breathe, and then speak slowly with clarity. This is not superstition. It's self-direction. You're programming your mind to respond with reason instead of reactivity. Third line, what small act of kindness will I do today? Not to post, not to announce, just to be human. It could be a short message to your mother, holding the elevator, or giving someone your full attention without looking at your phone. These moments are not random. They are resistance against the selfishness that numbs modern life, and they require quiet strength, the kind you build when no one's watching. The fourth line is a personal compass. What core virtue will I practice today? It could be courage or temperance, maybe patience, maybe humility. Pick one, not a list. A single virtue to embody, like Marcus Aurelius, who didn't write to-do lists, but to-be lists. He knew that who you are becoming matters more than what you are completing. Choose your virtue as a silent vow, not to the world, to yourself. And finally, write one quote to carry with you. Something that acts like a passcode for when you feel yourself drifting. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Or think of each day as a single life. Keep it short, but let it echo. That quote becomes an anchor when the day tries to pull you into hurry or worry. You can write your own words or borrow from the Stoics, but write it. This journal doesn't need leather binding or a perfect layout. A scrap of paper will do, a lined notebook, even the back of yesterday's to-do list. The point is not style, the point is presence. In just 3 minutes and 5 lines, you've shifted from passive to active, from drifting to directing. You've trained your attention to return to you before it runs toward the world. You're not journaling to record your life. You're journaling to command it. This isn't about output, it's about orientation. You're beginning the day not by measuring what's urgent, but by reaffirming what's essential. And when you do this each morning, something changes. Not all at once, but steadily, quietly. You stop being surprised by adversity. You stop needing praise to do good things. You stop waking up as a passenger and start living as a deliberate soul. So tomorrow morning, when your eyes open, take your breath, then take your pen. Write your 5 lines. Simple, clear, intentional. And if something in you felt lit up just now, if this principle spoke to you in any way, drop a quiet stillness in the comments. And, if you haven't yet, subscribe. Not just for more content, but because each time you do, it helps bring this Stoic practice to thousands more who might be starting their day in chaos, not calm. Thank you for walking this path with me. Now, let's move into the next principle, a powerful shift in how Stoics approach identity and strength. Number 6, set a goal of virtue instead of results. What's your goal for today? Is it a number, a metric, something external to prove your value to the world? Or is it something deeper, something the world can't touch? Most people set targets based on results. Close the deal, hit the quota, get the praise. But a Stoic aims for something else. Not because they reject success, but because they understand what truly belongs to them and what doesn't. Marcus Aurelius ruled the most powerful empire on earth. Seneca held immense political influence and wealth. Epictetus, once a slave, became one of the most respected philosophers of his era. These men knew success, but they didn't measure themselves by titles, possessions, or outcomes. They measured themselves by how they lived. Their standard wasn't achievement, it was character. Let's say your goal today is to close 5 clients. On paper, that's reasonable. But look deeper. That outcome depends on dozens of things outside your control. Whether the client picks up the phone, what mood they're in, what budget they have, how the market is shifting. So what happens if none of them say yes? Does that make your day a failure? Only if you tied your self-worth to the result. Now imagine reframing the goal. Today, I will be honest in every call. I will be patient. I will speak clearly, listen fully, and hold my integrity whether I win or lose. That goal lives entirely in your hands. No client, no market, no unexpected twist can take it away from you. And here's the paradox. When you live this way, not only do you carry more peace, you often perform better too. Because when your attention is fixed on virtue, you stop needing to manipulate situations. You're no longer shaken by rejections. You don't have to twist your tone or stretch the truth to get the outcome. You become steady, rooted, like a tree that doesn't lean toward every gust of wind. Like a stone that remains still no matter how fast the river rushes past it. This is the power of a Stoic mindset. You start to value the process more than the prize, and in doing so, you unlock a different kind of success. One that is measured not by applause or recognition, but by the quiet knowing that you remained true to yourself. That's a kind of pride that doesn't inflate the ego. It humbles you, it grounds you, it reminds you that every day is training, and every moment, especially the hard ones, is a chance to reinforce your values. Even in defeat, you grow stronger. because you didn't fold. You didn't abandon your principles when the result didn't favor you. That's real resilience. And when you win, you don't let it cloud your clarity, because success doesn't become your identity. It's just an outcome. Temporary, external, but how you acted, that stays with you. So tomorrow, when you plan your day, don't just ask what you want to achieve. Ask how you want to show up. Write it down. Instead of, I'll land the deal, write, I'll keep my word. Instead of, I'll win the argument, write, I'll stay respectful even if we disagree. Instead of, I'll impress them, write, I'll bring my full presence and honesty. The beauty of virtue is that it can't be taken from you. It doesn't depend on someone else's approval. It doesn't rise and fall with outcomes. It's yours, completely, quietly, powerfully. And the more you practice this, the less you'll be moved by highs and lows. You won't chase validation because you're already living aligned. That's where calm comes from. That's where confidence comes from. From knowing that whatever happens out there, you held the line in here. So now return to the question, what is your goal for today? If it's tied to virtue, you've already won before the day even begins. And from that mindset, we move forward to the next principle, one that shifts not just your focus, but the entire way you experience time itself. Number 7. Train the body to train the mind. There's a story about the young Cato, the Stoic statesman who walked barefoot through the streets of Rome, not because he was poor, not to make a scene, but because he believed this. If you can't bear a little discomfort in the body, you won't endure real adversity in the mind. His bare feet weren't an act of defiance. They were a reminder. The world can be harsh. The body must be ready. And from it, the mind learns. Now, you don't have to imitate Cato. You don't need to walk barefoot over gravel or train like a soldier in the street. But you do need to move, not just to stay fit, but to remember your agency. Movement is ritual, a kind of embodied philosophy. 10 minutes of deliberate effort, a set of burpees, a minute-long plank, or even a short walk through the morning mist can shift the entire tone of your day. Not because the exercise is hard, but because the decision to do it says something powerful. I do not seek what is easy. I seek what builds me. Your body hears that signal, but more importantly, your mind does. The moment you push yourself physically, the chemistry of your brain shifts. Endorphins flood in. BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, begins to rise. That post-exercise clarity isn't just a biological bonus. It's a sharpening of perspective. The overwhelming list of tasks becomes manageable. The cloud of anxiety lifts. Your thoughts align. The mind, shaped by the body, becomes a steadier place to live. Marcus Aurelius trained with soldiers. He believed that discipline in the flesh was discipline in the soul. Epictetus, though physically disabled, emphasized mastering what can be mastered: your effort, your posture, your breath. The Stoics didn't view the body as separate from the self. They saw it as a mirror. You want mental toughness? Begin with physical steadiness, not intensity, consistency. Maybe today you rolled over and grabbed your phone first thing. Tomorrow, try something else. Check your body before you check your screen. Ask, can I hold a stretch for 60 seconds? Can I do a push-up? Can I rise the moment the alarm goes off instead of bargaining for more sleep? Each small choice is a brick. Layered, they form a foundation, and eventually, that foundation becomes strength. And in that final exhale, at the end of your plank, in the stillness after the push, you'll find something you didn't expect. Presence. Not the kind taught in books, but the kind forged through action. The kind you can't fake. Because when the body is under tension, the mind must come home to itself. It cannot drift into the past or flinch into the future. It must stay, breathe, endure. This is what a Stoic morning can be. Not heroic, not glamorous, but grounded. Not because it makes you better than others, but because it returns you to yourself. Try setting your alarm 10 minutes earlier, not to scroll or rush, but to awaken the body, this vessel that carries your principles into the world. The Stoics believed in tending to it not out of vanity, but as a matter of duty. To move is to affirm life. To sweat is to affirm strength. And through that, you step into the day not as someone groggy and reactive, but as someone already alive, already moving forward. And if you can, take it outside. Cato trained his body in the streets. You don't need a gym, just a patch of grass, a balcony, a quiet road. Let the morning air touch your skin. Let the light of dawn fall on your face. It doesn't just awaken the body. It awakens something older, quieter, the part of you that remembers you belong to nature, not just to noise. Because next, we'll talk about that light, about how the Stoics sought the outdoors in the earliest hours of the day. And why morning light, more than motivation or willpower, is the gentlest and most consistent teacher of peace. Number 8. Touch, nature, and light. Most mornings begin not with presence, but with pressure. Alarms buzz. Notifications light up your screen. Messages from work, reminders from apps, the invisible hands of obligation reaching out before you've even taken your first breath. It all arrives so fast, so loud, so expected. But a Stoic doesn't begin the day by answering to the world. A Stoic begins with silence and with alignment. Try this instead. Before the emails, before the calendar, before the pull of responsibility, step outside, or simply open a window. Say nothing. Leave your phone behind. Let your bare feet meet the cool surface of the earth, or the hard floor of your balcony. Feel the breeze, cold, maybe, or gentle, moving across your skin. Inhale, exhale. Let your first breath of the day arrive unfiltered by glass or glare. No screen, no noise, no data, just air and light. For 2 minutes, you don't do anything. You simply are. And in that stillness, you're not withdrawing from life. You're stepping more fully into it, because what you're doing is reconnecting with something older than language, something deeper than thought. The Stoics knew the importance of this. Nature wasn't a background to be ignored. It was a teacher, a reminder, a mirror. When the first rays of sunlight reach your eyes, something profound happens inside your body. Your brain receives the signal. Morning has come. Melatonin begins to fade. Serotonin begins to rise. You feel more alert, more centered, more able to meet the day. Not because of caffeine, not because of willpower, but because your body has returned to its rhythm. A rhythm carved by thousands of years of waking with the sun. This is not just biological, it's philosophical. Because when you stand under the morning sky, you are reminded that you are not the center of the universe. And that is a relief. The sun rises without your permission. The trees grow without your control. The clouds pass overhead, uncaring of your worries. And yet all of it continues, calmly, patiently, without panic or performance. Marcus Aurelius often wrote his meditations at dawn, not to share them, not to impress, but to see himself clearly, before the world could distort his reflection. In those early moments, when the camps were quiet and the empire still sleeping, he would remind himself that nature never hurries, never begs for applause, yet always moves forward. And we, if we're willing to pause, can move with it. In the modern world, we live far from the earth. Skyscrapers, streetlights, endless screens. But even here, even on the 12th floor of a high-rise building, you can return, not to wilderness, but to awareness, a sliver of sky, a breath of air, a shaft of sunlight. These are enough. They require no plan, no perfection, just presence. Consider the story of a man named John, a software engineer living in the center of a noisy city. Every morning, he'd wake to 3 alarms, scroll through his messages before even brushing his teeth, and dive straight into a sprint of digital tasks. He was productive, efficient, and deeply, constantly anxious. On his therapist's recommendation, he began one new habit. Each morning, before anything else, he stood barefoot on the balcony for 2 minutes. No phone, no music, just light, air, and breath. In 2 weeks, his mornings transformed, not because the stress disappeared, but because he remembered that life was happening outside his inbox. That clarity was available, not through a new strategy, but through stillness. You don't need a mountaintop to do this. You don't need a forest. You don't even need silence. All you need is willingness. To step out or open a window and let the morning in. Let your senses awaken before your obligations do. Feel the texture of the world before you bury yourself in screens. Remind yourself that you are part of something vast and indifferent, not to make you feel small, but to free you from needing to control everything. And when you do this, something subtle shifts. You stop needing to dominate the day. You begin instead to move with it, not frantically, not mindlessly, but with rhythm, with clarity. You carry that stillness into your first conversation, into your commute, into the first problem that needs solving. And when things go wrong, as they often do, you're less likely to panic, because the body remembers how the day began, and the mind, trained in presence, finds its footing faster. Nature doesn't offer answers. It offers reminders. The tree reminds you to be rooted. The wind reminds you to let go. The sun reminds you to rise, quietly and powerfully, every single day. So tomorrow morning, take 2 minutes. Just 2. Don't touch your phone. Don't check the time. Open the door. Step outside. Let the cool air greet you. Let the sunlight land on your skin. Breathe in deeply, as if life itself had sent. Breathe out slowly, as if you were releasing the grip of yesterday. And stand there, not to accomplish, not to plan, but to remember that life isn't waiting for you on the screen. It's already here. In the simplicity of that moment, you are not weak for pausing. You are not lazy for being still. You are returning to something ancient, something sacred. A rhythm older than ambition. A strength that doesn't need to shout. And once you've touched that stillness, the world cannot pull you quite so easily into its chaos. You begin the day not as a machine, but as a human being. Not in resistance, but in alignment. And from that alignment, we continue to the next principle, where we explore how giving, in its smallest forms, becomes an act of strength and a quiet anchor against the storms of the day. Number 9. A small almsgiving. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." And those words reach far beyond the realm of wealth. They speak to the soul, because true poverty isn't found in the emptiness of our pockets, but in the emptiness of our character when we fear giving. We spend so much of our lives accumulating, protecting, defending our energy, our time, our pride. But the Stoic sees another way, a path where giving is not a loss, but a declaration, a quiet, personal statement that says, "I am not ruled by scarcity, I choose abundance of spirit." Each morning offers you a chance to practice that truth. Before the demands of the day arrive, before the noise begins, you have an opening. A moment where you can give something small, something honest, something real. It might be a compliment, a short text to check in on someone, a moment of eye contact and genuine presence. Nothing showy, nothing loud. Just a small almsgiving, and in that act, something changes inside you. Biologically even, you activate what scientists call the social engagement system, a network in your nervous system that fosters warmth, connection, and regulation. But the Stoics knew this long before the language of neuroscience. They knew that when you give freely, without need for recognition, you don't weaken your sense of self. You strengthen it. You anchor yourself not in applause, but in principle. Not in outcome, but in intention. There's a kind of strength that doesn't come from lifting heavy things or achieving visible success. It comes from the willingness to remain soft in a world that often rewards hardness. That kind of strength is rare, and it's built day by day through quiet acts that ask nothing in return. A kind word, a held door, a brief moment where you choose empathy over indifference. Most people begin their mornings in defense. They armor up, check their notifications, guard their energy, and that makes sense. Life can be sharp, unpredictable, but Stoicism teaches us a different form of armor, one made not of walls, but of roots. When you open yourself to kindness without fear of being taken advantage of, you demonstrate that your strength doesn't come from isolation. It comes from values. Stillness doesn't mean hiding from the world. Sometimes it takes the form of a gentle gesture that says, "I'm here, I'm listening, I still believe in goodness." These acts don't need to be seen to be real. In fact, their very invisibility is what makes them training. You're not performing, you're building. You're creating a habit of offering, of generosity, of being someone who contributes light. Even when the world is dim, and when the day becomes difficult, as it often does, you'll have something to fall back on. Maybe a tense conversation leaves you shaken. Maybe you say something you regret. Maybe disappointment hits harder than expected. But you'll remember, this morning I gave something good. That memory can stabilize you, remind you that no matter what went wrong later, your day didn't begin in selfishness. It began in service. And that's something no setback can erase. Many believe the morning should be purely for the self, for routines, for silence, for solitude, and that's not wrong. But Stoicism gently reminds us, the strongest self isn't the one that builds a fortress. It's the one that can extend beyond itself, even if only for a moment, even if only to say, "You matter too, so try it tomorrow." Give something small, a message, a gesture, a moment of patience, and do it without needing thanks, without needing the world to notice, because that's where your power lies, in doing what's right. Quietly, consistently, without condition. And when you live that way, you don't just walk into your day with confidence. You walk in with calm, with clarity, with a kind of inner wealth that can't be taken from you. But if the morning begins with that kind of giving, what should remind us when the day ends? What truth should keep us grounded, even when the world tempts us to forget what matters most? The Stoics had an answer, a final principle. 3 words that bring everything back into perspective. Memento mori. Remember, you must die. Not to darken the day, but to brighten the time you still have. And in the next part, we'll face that truth, not with dread, but with courage. Number 10. Remind yourself. Memento mori. There is one truth we all share, though most of us spend our lives trying not to look at it. The Stoics didn't just look, they stared it down. They wrote about it, spoke of it, carried it like a compass in their pocket. Memento mori. Remember that you must die. It sounds harsh, almost morbid. But to the Stoic, it is the most liberating idea in the world. Not because death is something to celebrate, but because remembering it strips away illusion. It burns off the fog. It wakes you up. You don't have forever. You don't have endless mornings. You don't have time to waste on bitterness, comparison, or delay. When you face this, not with fear but with acceptance, something rare happens. You begin to live. Imagine you're standing in front of a giant wall calendar, and each day you've lived is marked with a black dot. Slowly, inevitably, the blank space shrinks. That's not tragic. It's real. It's honest. Each unmarked square isn't something to fear. It's something to claim. It means you're still here, still breathing, still choosing, and that's the invitation. Because memento mori doesn't ask you to mourn death. It asks you to awaken to life. Think of Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, writing by candlelight at dawn, reminding himself that even the great Julius Caesar is long gone, that even the most powerful must vanish. Yet instead of despairing, he uses that knowledge to sharpen his choices. He writes, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. Not tomorrow, now." And think of Seneca, who in his letters reminds us that we are not given a short life, we just waste much of it. We live as if we're immortal, putting off the things that matter, giving our best energy to things that don't. But memento mori doesn't allow for that. It demands presence. So what does this look like in practice? You wake up in the morning. Instead of reaching for your phone, you sit up, you take a breath, you feel the weight of your body, the silence of the room. You look out the window and remind yourself, this could be my last sunrise, not in fear, in gratitude, in clarity. And with that thought, the trivia of the day begins to fall away. Would you still argue just to be right? Would you still scroll for 40 minutes in a trance? Would you still delay the apology or leave the message unread? Would you keep playing small to avoid judgment? Would you keep avoiding the path that actually matters to you? Memento mori pulls you out of fog. You stop living like time is a given. You start treating your days like the finite resource they are. You don't need to become obsessed with death. You just need to remember that you're not guaranteed another morning, and that remembering helps you choose better. You've probably had moments like this before, the near miss on the freeway, the medical scare, the unexpected phone call that shook your world. In those moments, everything goes quiet. The nonsense falls away. The people you love come to the front of your mind. The things you've been putting off feel urgent. That's memento mori showing up uninvited. But the Stoic doesn't wait for tragedy to remember what matters. The Stoic practices this awareness every day. It becomes a filter, a way of seeing. Let's say you're in line at a coffee shop and someone is rude to you. You could fire back. But then you pause. Is this how I want to spend one of the last mornings of my life? Maybe not. So you breathe. You let it go. You carry yourself with dignity. Or let's say you're staring at your to-do list, overwhelmed, tempted to distract yourself with entertainment. But then you remember, I don't get this day again. So you begin, even with small steps, because doing your work with purpose suddenly feels like a privilege, not a burden. It even affects how you love. When you realize that the people you care about are also temporary, you hug them longer, you speak more kindly, you forgive faster, you stop waiting for the perfect moment to say what needs to be said. Because the truth is, the perfect moment is already here, this breath, this hour, this chance. In Japan, they have a practice called ichigo ichi. Roughly translated, it means one time, one meeting. It's the idea that no moment will ever repeat itself in quite the same way, that each encounter is once in a lifetime. Memento mori teaches the same, with different language. It says, "This moment is slipping. Will you be awake enough to hold it?" And you don't have to walk around thinking of death all day. That's not the point. The point is to allow this awareness to recalibrate your values, so you stop measuring life in likes and shares and promotions, and start measuring it in courage, in kindness, in presence. You live not to impress, but to embody. Not to survive the day, but to meet it fully. You begin to see life as a finite scroll, not an endless feed. Try it tomorrow. Wake up. Don't rush. Don't distract. Sit in the quiet. Touch the floor with your feet. Let the light hit your eyes. Then ask the question, if today were the last, how would I live it? And let that question guide your steps. You might still brush your teeth, still go to work, still reply to emails, but the way you do those things will change. There will be more attention, more grace, more honesty, because you're no longer sleepwalking, you're no longer waiting, you're here. And that's the point of memento mori, not to freeze in fear of death, but to walk with eyes wide open, alive to the miracle of now. Because in the end, life isn't measured in years. It's measured in mornings like this one, when you remembered even briefly that nothing is promised. And that made you choose to live fully, courageously, and intentionally. And that's what it means to start your day like a Stoic. Right now, you've planted the seed of a new habit, a quiet commitment to check in with yourself before the world has a chance to pull you away. In your hands are 10 simple yet powerful ways to begin each morning with intention. These are not lofty ideals or distant theories. They are grounded actions, small shifts that build inner strength and preserve your calm, even when life grows loud. Every morning is a clean slate, a silent invitation, a sacred chance to train the mind and strengthen your character. And before the noise rushes in, before the headlines, the messages, the expectations, you have the chance to reclaim those first few minutes as your own. As Marcus Aurelius reminded us, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. What color will you begin with? You don't need to do everything at once. Just choose one principle. Practice it tomorrow morning. And watch how even 3 minutes can change the way you carry yourself for the rest of the day. If this spoke to something in you, share in the comments. Morning strength. Let's see how many of us are ready to rise with clarity. And if you want to carry this mindset into your evenings, the next video will guide you through Stoic reflections at night, where the day is not just ended, but understood. Stay with the journey. You're already on the path. Have you ever looked at your day and wondered where it all went, not in chaos, but in quiet drift? No explosion, no crisis, just a slow fade into distraction, hesitation, and things left undone. It's not that you're lazy, it's that your mind has no law to answer to. In the absence of order, the soul forgets its strength. The Stoics understood this long before science caught up. They didn't rely on willpower or wait for motivation. They lived with discipline not as a punishment, but as a form of freedom. A sacred structure that held them steady when life pulled at their edges. This video is not about hacks or checklists. It's about anchoring yourself when the world tries to scatter you, about reclaiming your mind, your minutes, and your meaning through 12 timeless laws. Not rules to obey, but principles to embody. If you've ever felt pulled in every direction but your own, stay with me. The path back to yourself begins with what you choose to honor, and true discipline begins in silence, long before the results ever appear. 1. Discipline is self-respect made visible. How do you treat yourself when no one's watching, not when someone's counting on you, not when you're being praised or pressured? I mean those quiet hours, when it's just you, your thoughts, your choices. That's where discipline is revealed. Not in public routines, but in private moments where you either step forward into who you could be or slip back into who you've always been. Discipline at its core isn't about punishment. It's not cold, it's not harsh, and it's not about denying joy. That's the mistake people make. They treat it like a cage. But real discipline isn't a cage. It's a code. It's the quiet decision to choose what strengthens you over what soothes you. Not because you're at war with yourself, but because you've stopped betraying the version of you that you know you're capable of becoming. Epictetus said, "No man is free who is not master of himself." And that's the truth most avoid. Because if you don't lead your own mind, someone else will. A craving, a mood, a distraction. The loudest voice wins when you don't anchor yourself. And slowly, day by day, you start drifting. Not because you're weak, but because you're unanchored. Most people think discipline means shame, force, guilt. But the Stoics saw it differently. Discipline is self-alignment. It's what happens when you care about your future enough to stop letting your moods decide for you. It's a return, a homecoming. That moment when you look at your life and quietly say, "Enough. I'm not going to keep abandoning myself." Take something simple. Your alarm goes off at 6 in the morning. You're tired. Your body says stay in bed. But the night before, you made a promise. Not to your coach, not to a friend, to yourself. So you sit up, you breathe, you begin. That small act, done without anyone watching, isn't just a habit. It's a declaration, a reminder that your goals matter more than your excuses. That's discipline, and it's beautiful. Or maybe you've decided to take your health seriously. You're at dinner. Everyone's laughing, indulging, offering you one more bite, one more drink. And you pause. You feel the urge to fit in, to ease the moment. But instead, you remember your deeper why, and you choose to stay on course. That moment isn't about restriction, it's about authorship. You didn't just say no to a plate, you said yes to your power. Discipline teaches people how to treat you. When you respect your own time, others notice. When you show consistency, others feel your boundaries. When you keep your word to yourself, your presence shifts. You walk with more certainty. Not because you're louder, but because you're rooted. You're no longer performing, you're aligned. And alignment isn't perfection. It's honesty. It's the willingness to look at your life and see where you've been lying to yourself. How many times have you told yourself you'd start tomorrow, that this one time doesn't matter, that it's just a small delay? Discipline doesn't let you hide behind those illusions. It demands truth. And that truth, while uncomfortable, is what sets you free. This is why people avoid discipline. Not because they're lazy, but because facing your potential requires discomfort. It's easier to live in the idea of who you could be than to do the real work of becoming it. But that's where Stoicism steps in, not as a rule book, but as a compass. It doesn't ask how you feel, it asks what's right. And then it calls you to act on that answer, repeatedly. Not for applause, not for aesthetics, but for integrity. So if you're struggling with discipline, don't start by seeking a new tactic. Start with truth. Ask yourself, where have I been choosing comfort over commitment? Where have I been giving away my future for a moment of ease? And more importantly, what would change if I started showing up for myself like I show up for the people I care about? Discipline is not a trend. It's not something you post about. It's a way of saying, I matter. My mission matters, and I refuse to live like my time means nothing. You don't have to get everything right. You just have to keep one promise. Make one decision with intention. Reclaim one morning. That's enough to begin. Because the real flex isn't the early wake-up. It's the quiet strength of knowing you did what you said you would. That you built a self you can trust. And in a noisy world, that kind of self-trust isn't just rare. It's unshakable. And it's yours to build, starting now. 2. Build discipline that matches your nature. Discipline is not a costume you borrow. It's not something you copy from a YouTuber, a CEO, or a Stoic quote on your feed. Real discipline begins with one honest question. Does this structure actually fit the shape of my life? Because if it doesn't, no matter how noble it looks on paper, it will eventually become a cage. Some people thrive on early alarms, cold showers, back-to-back calendars. For them, discipline looks like hard lines and strict repetition. Others try that same blueprint and feel suffocated. Not because they're weak, but because it doesn't match their rhythm. It's like forcing a poet into a soldier's uniform. The form might hold, but the soul will slowly disappear. The Stoics didn't teach uniformity. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire. Epictetus taught in poverty. Seneca navigated political power and spiritual solitude. Their lives looked nothing alike, but their principle was the same. Know your nature and live by it. Self-mastery to the Stoic wasn't about copying someone else's structure. It was about creating one from within. Let's make this real. Imagine two people. One is a soldier, the other a writer. The soldier might find energy in rigid schedules, physical routines, and precision. His form of discipline is built on external order. The writer, on the other hand, may come alive at night, working best in silence, needing creative chaos to find clarity. But they both need discipline. Just not the same kind. This is where many people fall short. They don't ask what kind nature actually responds to. They just adopt the version that seems most popular, and when it doesn't work, they blame their willpower. But maybe it's not about effort. Maybe it's about mismatch. Maybe the structure you're trying to live inside doesn't speak your language. If you've ever tried to wake up at 5 in the morning because some book said it's what successful people do, you know this pain. You try, you fail, you feel ashamed, you think you're lazy. But what at 10 at night? What if your deepest focus comes in the dark when the world is quiet? Then ritual is not discipline, it's self-sabotage dressed up as virtue. The Stoics believed in living according to nature. That doesn't just mean the seasons or the stars. It means your inner ecosystem, your wiring, your temperament. Real discipline doesn't crush that. It collaborates with it. It's not about squeezing yourself into someone else's rhythm. It's about carving out your own and honoring it with consistency. When you find that rhythm, when the system matches your truth, everything changes. You stop needing motivation to move. You stop forcing yourself to show up. You start flowing with intention. Discipline stops being a struggle and starts becoming alignment. Like the current of a river pulling you forward because you're finally swimming in the right direction. This doesn't mean you let yourself off the hook. Stoic discipline still requires resistance, structure, and sacrifice. But those sacrifices become meaningful when they're made in service of a path that's actually yours. And the structure becomes sustainable because it's built around who you really are, not who you think you're supposed to be. So ask yourself this: have I been borrowing systems that look good but don't feel true? Have I been mistaking someone else's code for my own compass? And more importantly, what would it look like to craft a discipline that reflects my deepest nature? one that pushes me but also respects me, one that's honest about my strengths and equally aware of my blind spots. That's the goal. Not perfection, not performance, but a personal law. A structure that holds you up, not one that wears you down. Because the truth is, you can't build a solid life using someone else's blueprint. You have to become the architect of your own discipline. And once you do, once your structure begins to match your soul, something powerful emerges. Momentum. Let's carry that momentum forward. Because the next truth about discipline goes even deeper. It's not just about systems and schedules. It's about what you're willing to say no to. 3. Without order, you pay in silence. Disorder doesn't arrive with a bang. It creeps in quietly. It whispers through little things, the unanswered texts, the dishes you say you'll do later, the workout you push off until tomorrow. It's in the noise in your mind you can't quite name, the mental clutter, the lack of rhythm, and over time, that silence becomes heavy, not overnight, but slowly. You start to feel off. You can't quite explain it, but you know something is slipping. The Stoics saw this clearly. Disorder isn't just a physical mess, it's a spiritual one. When your outer world is disorganized, your inner world feels unsettled. When your time has no anchor, your energy has no direction. And when your days lack rhythm, your soul forgets what peace feels like. That's the hidden cost of disorder, not just lost productivity, but lost clarity, lost presence, a lost connection to the person you were trying to become. You might think you're just being flexible. You'll figure it out as you go. But the truth is, if you don't give your time a structure, the world will. And the world doesn't care about your goals. Distractions don't ask for permission. Notifications don't wait for the right moment. Chaos doesn't knock. It walks in uninvited the second you leave the door cracked open. What makes this dangerous is that you rarely feel the damage right away. Disorder is slow. It doesn't hit like a storm. It seeps like water. One day you stop journaling. You start checking your phone before you've even stretched. You stop planning your days. You eat what's easiest. Say yes to what's convenient. Postpone what matters. And nothing breaks immediately, but you start fading. Quietly. Invisibly. Seneca once said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And most of that waste isn't loud. It's quiet. It doesn't come from laziness. It comes from lack of clarity. When you have no structure, you live in reaction. You let your day pull you wherever it wants. You become a passenger in your own life, driven not by vision, but by mood, impulse, and other people's noise. That's not freedom. That's invisible slavery. Now let's be clear. Order isn't about being rigid. It's not about filling every second with tasks or micromanaging your existence until there's no room left to breathe. It's about creating boundaries that protect what matters, mental and emotional containers that give shape to your effort. A morning routine can be a container. So can journaling, goal tracking, or setting a curfew for your phone. These aren't about control. They're about rescue. They're about saving your attention from the 1,000 things trying to steal it. That's the Stoic way. Not to control the world, but to shape how we move through it. To build an inner framework that supports growth, not sabotages it. Think of it like architecture for the soul. A design that turns chaos into clarity, not by eliminating the chaos, but by building something stronger inside it. So take a moment, be honest. What small disordered thing have you been tolerating? What unfinished task? What silent distraction? What little habit is quietly draining your energy? Maybe it's the clutter in your room. Maybe it's the message you keep meaning to send. Maybe it's the goal you keep delaying because chasing it means facing your fear. Whatever it is, name it. Then do something about it. Not perfectly, just clearly, because the longer you let disorder linger, the more it robs you, not in big dramatic ways, but in subtle ones, in stolen mornings, in scattered focus, in the erosion of self-trust. You won't collapse in one moment, but you will fade over time. And that kind of loss is harder to notice until it's too deep to ignore. Order is the antidote, not for control's sake, but for freedom's. When you create order in your space, your thoughts, your schedule, you stop surviving your days and start shaping them. You take back the ability to choose, to act, to live with direction. And that's what Stoicism really teaches. Not how to dominate life, but how to design it. With intention, with structure, with peace. Now that we've seen how disorder weakens you in silence, it's time to understand what your environment is truly doing to your discipline. 4. Success can make you soft. Stay sharp. Success is a strange test. It doesn't shout like failure. It whispers. It tells you you've done enough, that it's okay to let go of the edge that kept you sharp, that the hunger you once had can rest now, and that's when it begins. Not the fall, but the soft erosion, the loss of urgency, the quiet surrender to comfort that feels earned, but slowly steals your edge. The Stoics saw this clearly. They never glorified external success. To them, it was never the destination. It was just a stage, a new context in which your discipline would be tested even more. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, wrote to himself about humility, restraint, and keeping his fire alive. Not because he was weak, but because he knew how easy it is to grow dull when everything seems to be going your way. Think about your own life. You work hard. You push. You say no to distraction. You stay consistent. And then finally something clicks. You get the promotion, the praise, the progress, and subtly your behavior starts to shift. You sleep in just a little, skip one workout. You tell yourself you've earned a break, not rest, but a break from the very habits that brought you here. That's the trap. What got you to the mountaintop won't keep you there. If you stop sharpening your edge the moment you feel comfortable, decline begins quietly. Not in crisis, but in compromise. Not in collapse, but in the loss of clarity. The Stoics warned against this very thing, believing that success signals completion, when in truth, it demands even deeper discipline. Rest is not the enemy. Strategic rest is essential. But there's a difference between resting to recover and surrendering to ease. One strengthens you, the other seduces you into softness. The Stoics feared not rest, but drift, those moments where you slowly become a spectator of your own life, living off past effort instead of current intention. You see it in every area. The relationship you stop nurturing because you think love will maintain itself. The body you neglect because you tell yourself you've earned the junk food. The growth you stop chasing because you believe you've already learned enough. It's not failure, it's stagnation. And it feels safe, which is exactly why it's dangerous. To stay sharp, you need a shift in perspective. You stop thinking of success as a finish line. You see it as a checkpoint, a moment to ask, what still needs refining? Where have I started coasting? What part of me have I stopped challenging? That's what keeps your blade sharp, not fear, but responsibility. Not guilt, but gratitude expressed through continued effort. Discipline after success requires a new fuel. Early on, maybe you were driven by hunger, by pressure, by a desire to prove something, but once you've achieved something, that fuel runs out. And now you need a new source: devotion, integrity, the love of the process itself. You show up not because you're desperate, but because you're committed, because staying ready is part of who you are now. True excellence isn't a sprint. It's a relationship with your own standards. You don't lower them just because you've hit a milestone. You elevate them because now you have the space and strength to go further. The Stoic way isn't about chasing perfection. It's about sustaining intention, about remembering that success is not an excuse to coast. It's a reason to refine. So if you're in a good place right now, strong, stable, respected, good. But don't let that become your ceiling. Use that ground as a foundation, not a finish line. Keep showing up. Keep asking more of yourself. And if you've drifted, if you've grown a little soft, don't shame yourself. Just return, recommit, restart the fire. Because the truth is simple, discipline built this life, and only discipline will keep it. Now let's move to the next truth. What you do daily when no one's watching reveals whether your fire is still burning. 5. Don't wait for motivation. Move without it. How many mornings have slipped through your fingers because you were waiting to feel right, waiting for motivation to show up, for the fog to lift, for energy to arrive like some divine signal that now, finally, this is the moment to begin. But it doesn't come. Not when you want it. Not when you think you need it. That's because motivation isn't the starting point. It's the side effect. The Stoics understood this centuries ago, and now neuroscience agrees. Action creates momentum, not the other way around. The mind loves comfort. It loves to negotiate. It whispers things like, "You're tired," or "One more hour won't hurt," or "You're just not in the right headspace today." And if you wait for that voice to quiet, you'll be waiting a long time. Because that voice never stops. It just changes form. Discipline doesn't ask how you feel. It asks what you value. It's not born from emotion. It's born from principle. Epictetus didn't say act when it's easy. He said, first decide what kind of person you want to be, and then act like it. Not when you feel like it, but because that's who you are becoming. Imagine a sculptor. He doesn't show up wondering if today's the day he feels like chiseling. He shows up because the craft matters more than the mood. He picks up the tools. He begins. And somewhere between motion and resistance, something shifts. Focus enters. Clarity returns. Not because he waited, but because he moved. We live in a culture addicted to the idea of readiness. Wait for the right time, the right energy, the perfect plan. But life doesn't wait. Time doesn't pause, and your potential doesn't care about your feelings. If you want to build something real, a resilient mind, a stronger body, a life you're proud of, you cannot keep asking for permission from your emotions. You must move, especially when you don't want to, because that's when it counts most. That's when you build the inner signal that says, I lead, my moods follow. So let's bring it down to earth. You don't want to train today? Fine. Don't commit to an hour. Just put on your shoes and step outside. 5 minutes. That's it. You don't want to write? Open your document. 1 sentence. That's all. You're avoiding a hard conversation? Set a 10-minute timer and begin. You're not chasing perfection. You're initiating motion, because once the body moves, the mind catches up. And what felt impossible starts to feel inevitable. The Stoics taught that the hardest moment is always the first. The breath before the action. The second before you say yes. But inside that small window is everything. Your power, your proof, your potential. It's not about doing something grand. It's about doing something consistent, something honest, something that tells the world and yourself you will not be ruled by passing moods. So ask yourself right now, what have I been postponing because I don't feel ready? And more importantly, who would I become if I stopped waiting for that feeling altogether? Imagine a life where action isn't tied to emotion, where you show up, not because you're in the mood, but because it's what the mission requires. That's Stoic strength. That's inner authority. And if this reminder is hitting something real in you, subscribe to stay anchored on this path. Just type "ready" in the comments if you know it's time to stop waiting. Because once you learn to move without motivation, you become dangerous to everything that once held you back. And that's when discipline transforms, not into something you force, but something you embody. Now let's take this deeper, because the next law reveals what kind of people fuel your discipline and which ones quietly destroy it. 6. Live by conscious choice, not auto-reaction. How much of what you do each day is truly chosen, and how much is just inherited noise playing on loop? That question might seem simple, but if you sit with it long enough, it shakes the foundation of how you move through life. Because most people aren't living, they're reacting to old expectations, old habits, scripts they never wrote, roles they never agreed to. We wake up, grab our phones, fall into patterns, chase goals. Not because we sat down and chose them, but because they've become automatic, familiar, safe. The Stoics warned us about this kind of drift, and centuries later, Carl Jung echoed the same idea. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. That's the danger. When your reactions go unchecked, they begin to define you, and over time you start mistaking the pattern for your personality. You think, this is just who I am, but often it's not. It's who you became by default, not design. True discipline isn't just about working hard, it's about waking up. It's about becoming deeply aware of what drives you and then choosing moment by moment how you want to respond. It's not about gritting your teeth and forcing your way through every task. It's about asking better questions. Why am I doing this? Is this my voice or someone else's? Did I choose this path or did I inherit it without realizing? Let's be honest, a lot of what we call discipline is just conditioning. Maybe you learned that success is the only way to feel worthy, so now you grind yourself into exhaustion and call it ambition. Maybe you learned that keeping the peace meant avoiding conflict, so now you silence your truth and call it maturity. Or maybe you learned to settle for less because someone once told you your desires were too much. These aren't conscious choices. They're survival mechanisms, and they don't just take up space. They shape your future. The Stoic path begins with clarity, a willingness to stop, to reflect, and to question what's been running in the background of your mind. You begin to pause before the automatic yes. You notice the impulse before it becomes action. And in that pause, you ask, is this me, or is this habit? Is this alignment, or just repetition? Living by conscious choice doesn't mean throwing away your past. It means sifting through it with discernment, keeping what strengthens you, releasing what confines you, and redesigning what needs evolution. That's where discipline becomes an act of inner architecture, not just doing hard things, but doing the right hard things. The ones that align with your values, your nature, your direction. In daily life, this shift can look simple. It might mean replacing your morning scroll with 5 minutes of stillness. It might mean catching yourself mid-frustration and responding with curiosity instead of anger. It might mean letting go of a story you've carried for years, the one that says you're not ready, not smart enough, not the kind of person who gets to choose differently. These may seem like small moves, but they change everything because they're no longer automatic. They're deliberate. And that difference between impulse and intention is what makes a life feel lived rather than endured. The Stoics didn't believe in controlling everything around you. They believed in controlling your relationship to what happens. That control begins with choice. So pause today, just for a moment. Ask yourself, where in my life am I still running on default? What routines or responses feel more inherited than chosen? And more importantly, what would it look like to act, not from habit or fear, but from presence? Because the true strength of discipline isn't just in the doing, it's in the deciding. It's not about forcing yourself through life. It's about shaping it. One conscious choice at a time. And once you begin choosing with awareness, the next step is to protect that awareness by becoming mindful of your environment, because who you surround yourself with will either reinforce your clarity or slowly dissolve it. 7. What you do in private defines you in public. Character isn't built under lights, it's built in silence. In the unglamorous hours, when no one is watching, no one is praising, and no one is keeping score, that's where the real foundation is laid. In the decision to get up when you're tired, in the promise you keep when there's no pressure, in the small, unseen habits you uphold when no reward is coming. The Stoics understood this deeply. Who you are in private becomes who you are in public, not the other way around. But we live in a world that reverses this, a culture where performance is everything, where social media rewards visibility, not depth, where we are praised for moments, not patterns, for the curated image, not the quiet effort behind it. But public respect without private integrity is a house built on sand. It looks good for a while, until it doesn't, because eventually the mask slips. And what remains is not what you presented, but what you practiced. Marcus Aurelius was emperor of Rome, yet every night he returned to his journal, not for the empire, not for legacy, but for himself. He knew that his true opponent wasn't out there, it was in here, his ego, his impulses, his comfort. And that battle, the internal one, is fought every day in the shadows. Let's bring that down to daily life. Anyone can give a powerful talk, but do they listen with grace when interrupted at home? Anyone can post a quote about patience, but do they hold their tongue when anger rises? Anyone can appear disciplined when the coach is watching, but what about when the room is empty? No eyes, no deadlines, just you. That's where legacy is written, not in one impressive act, but in your consistent relationship with the unseen. It's the morning you rise without applause, the moment you step away from the easy escape, the night you sit with discomfort instead of burying it. These moments may feel invisible, but they shape you. They deepen your roots. And the deeper the roots, the stronger the life that grows above them. And there's something else, something psychological. When your private choices match your values, you gain something priceless: self-trust. Not confidence for show, but real, grounded trust. The kind that doesn't need validation because you've already witnessed your own integrity. When you know you'll follow through even in silence, your presence changes. You walk differently. You speak with quiet conviction. Not because you're trying to impress, but because you've already impressed something important onto your soul. But the opposite is also true. When you lie to yourself, when you cut corners no one will see, it doesn't stay hidden. It follows you. It speaks in your hesitation, your over-explaining, your doubt. And slowly, it erodes the belief that you can rely on yourself. That erosion is quiet, but it's powerful. That's why Stoic discipline isn't about showing off. It's about showing up for yourself when no one else is watching. It's about treating solitude as sacred, not as empty time, but as a proving ground, a space where you mold the version of you that the world will eventually meet. So ask yourself honestly, who am I when the lights are off? When the door is closed? When there's no audience? Because that version of you, the one without a filter, without a script, is the one who is building your future. And the more aligned that version becomes, the more effortless it is to lead, speak, create, and act in public. Because you're not performing, you're simply being. And now that we've examined the quiet roots of character, it's time to explore how your energy responds to pressure and why silence can sometimes speak louder than strength. 8. Tame the dopamine, rewire the reward. If your mind feels restless, scattered, or constantly pulled toward distraction, it's not because you're weak. It's because your biology has been hijacked. We're living in a world engineered for stimulation, endless scrolls, sudden pings, flashing updates. Every corner of modern life is designed to spike your dopamine and keep you chasing what's fast, easy, and shallow. The danger? It feels normal. So normal that we stop questioning it. But the Stoics would ask you directly, does this habit serve your soul or just your senses? Because not everything that feels good is good for you, and not everything that's uncomfortable should be avoided. The Stoic path to discipline begins with this truth. Not all rewards are equal. Some rewards are loud, instant, and empty. Others are quiet, slow, and deeply fulfilling. Discipline, at its core, is about learning to tell the difference. To retrain your brain to stop chasing the cheap and start building what actually lasts. Dopamine itself isn't the enemy, it's how your brain learns what to return to. But in today's world, your system is flooded. Every like, every notification, every new video gives you a quick hit. Your brain starts associating pleasure with ease, not effort. And then, when it comes time to sit still, to focus, to work, your mind revolts. It tells you this is boring. Give me something new. That resistance you feel, that urge to click away. That's not lack of discipline. That's the conditioning of a distracted world. The Stoics wouldn't tell you to reject pleasure. They would tell you to elevate it. To stop rewarding yourself with noise and start finding reward in substance. Not the rush of checking a feed, but the quiet pride of finishing a task. Not the thrill of being seen, but the fulfillment of keeping your word. Not the escape of consumption, but the strength of creation. This shift takes effort. It means redesigning your environment so the path of least resistance leads toward your values. Keep your phone out of reach during focused work. Replace the morning scroll with 5 minutes of breath and intention. Read instead of browse. Walk instead of swipe. End your day not with one more dopamine spike, but with a reflection in silence. These aren't random habits. They're acts of defiance, small rebellions against a world that profits from your distraction. And if you stay consistent, something begins to change. Your brain rewires, slowly, quietly, but powerfully. You start to crave what builds you. You find joy in finishing, not just starting. Presence begins to feel more satisfying than stimulation. This is how you tame the dopamine, not by denying yourself joy, but by redefining it. You stop settling for crumbs of pleasure and start building a feast of meaning, because true satisfaction doesn't shout, it whispers. It comes from effort, from completion, from presence. So pause and ask, where am I still chasing what drains me? What habits reward my impulses but rob my clarity? And what would happen if I replaced those spikes with structure, with silence, with something that lasts? Because your mind isn't broken, it's trained. And the same way it was trained to crave distraction, it can be trained to crave discipline. Now that your inner chemistry is being reshaped, the next step is to understand how to anchor that change by designing a personal code you don't break, no matter what. 9. Structure is a form of mercy. We often treat structure like a prison. Strict schedules, color-coded calendars, rigid routines. As if the moment you commit to structure, you lose all freedom. But that's only true when structure is forced without understanding. Real structure, intentional, thoughtful structure, isn't a punishment. It's a gift. It's mercy. A way of protecting yourself from chaos, not because you're afraid, but because you care enough to design your life rather than survive it. Without structure, freedom becomes fragmentation. You might be busy all day, but nothing truly moves. You jump from task to task, screen to screen, conversation to conversation, and yet by nightfall you feel drained and directionless. As Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And that waste doesn't come from laziness. It comes from a lack of structure. The Stoics weren't against pleasure. They didn't reject enjoyment or flow. What they rejected was aimlessness. A day without structure is a day that belongs to distraction, and distraction over time becomes a lifestyle of constant noise and zero clarity. When you let the loudest voice win, you lose your own. Picture this. You start your morning with no plan. First thing you do is check your phone. You answer a few messages. You open your inbox. Suddenly, your day is reacting to what shows up. You follow whatever seems urgent. You drift. Hours pass. You're working but not leading. By evening, you're wiped, but somehow unsatisfied. Now contrast that with a structured beginning. You wake up without touching your phone. You sit in silence. You stretch. You journal. You already know your first priority, so you don't waste mental energy deciding what to do. By noon, your core task is done. That's not robotic. That's aligned. That's structure working in service of peace, not pressure. Structure doesn't mean more work. It means less wasted effort. It means filtering out the noise so what matters can rise to the surface. When you build a structure around your values, you don't restrict your life, you give it shape. And that shape becomes a container for your energy, your creativity, your discipline. Even artists, thinkers, and free spirits thrive with structure. Not rigid timelines, but sacred boundaries. Time carved out for deep work. Rituals that signal focus. Environments that nurture flow. Creativity doesn't die in structure, it's unleashed by it. Because when your mind isn't constantly managing chaos, it can actually go deep. And it's not just about productivity. Your emotional health depends on rhythm. When your days are chaotic, your nervous system lives in fight or flight. When everything feels urgent, anxiety becomes normal. But with structure, your body relaxes. Your mind clears. You make space not just for doing, but for resting, reflecting, and reconnecting. So ask yourself honestly, where are you still resisting structure? Maybe out of fear it will box you in. But what if structure isn't a cage, but a compass? What if it's the very thing that lets you move freely without getting lost? Because life will pull at you from every direction. And without something steady to return to, you'll be swept away. Structure gives you something to hold, a rhythm that says, "This is where I begin. This is where I return." It doesn't silence your spontaneity. It holds it. It gives your efforts a home. So give yourself that mercy. Not more rules, but more rhythm. Because the more structure you create around what matters, the more space you'll feel inside. And in that space, discipline stops feeling like a grind and starts becoming who you are. Now that the shape of your life is becoming intentional, it's time to examine what kind of voice you carry and how self-respect changes the way the world listens to you. 10. Act like the person you are becoming. Every decision you make is more than just a choice. It's a vote, not just for your future, but for your identity. Every time you say yes or no, every time you show up or fall back, you're shaping the kind of person you believe yourself to be. You're not just building habits, you're rehearsing a self. The Stoics weren't concerned with surface-level actions, they were after transformation. Not behavior for behavior's sake, but character that flows naturally from who you become. So ask yourself honestly, who are you becoming? Not in theory, not in some distant future, but today, in the way you get out of bed, in the way you respond when you're annoyed, in how you treat your body, your mind, your word. Are your actions aligned with the person you say you want to be, or are they echoing an older version of yourself you claim to be leaving behind? If you want to become disciplined, focused, calm, powerful, then you must begin acting like that version of yourself now. Not when it's easy, not when the stars align, but right here in the mess and movement of your ordinary life. Because identity-based discipline is different from short-term motivation. It doesn't ask you to fake it. It invites you to practice. Imagine you want to be a writer. The old you waits for inspiration. The writer you're becoming shows up every morning, even if the words are clumsy. You want to be healthy. The old you negotiates with the gym. The disciplined version treats movement like a sacred ritual, not a burden. You want to be emotionally strong. The old you reacts impulsively. The evolving you pauses, breathes, chooses your words. Each moment is a fork in the road. You're either reinforcing who you were or rehearsing who you're becoming. But don't confuse this with pretending. This isn't about putting on a mask. It's about training. You don't fake calm, you practice it. You don't force confidence, you build it through repetition. And slowly, the act becomes natural. The habit becomes part of you. The future you imagined starts to feel familiar. Marcus Aurelius knew this. That's why he didn't just write about wisdom and temperance, he practiced it in the solitude of his journal. He examined his days not to justify them, but to align them. His reflections weren't about who he had been, they were about who he was still becoming, because identity is not fixed, it's sculpted, chiseled out of your choices, moment by moment, day after day. And yes, this process is uncomfortable, because stepping into a new self means letting go of the old one. It means leaving behind familiar excuses, familiar reactions, familiar narratives. That's why it's so easy to stay the same, because change demands not just effort, but honesty. The kind of honesty that asks, am I willing to give up who I've been for the chance to become who I could be? The path forward is clear. Act like the person who follows through. Act like the one who protects their time, guards their energy, speaks with integrity, not perfectly, but deliberately. Because each act is a signal, a quiet message to your future self that says, this is who we are now. And when your actions begin to align with your ideals, your emotions follow. Your confidence grows, your identity stabilizes. Because discipline is never just about effort, it's about embodiment. And the more you embody the person you're becoming, the less effort it takes to remain that way. Now, everything begins to integrate. The chaos fades, the identity sharpens, and what comes next is not about pushing harder, but about moving forward from a place of deep, grounded clarity. 11. Every minute is a brick in the temple of your life. You are given 1,240 minutes each day, quiet, unmarked, easy to overlook. But each one is a brick, and whether you realize it or not, you're always building something. The question is never whether you have time. The real question is, what are you constructing with it? The Stoics were obsessed with time not because they feared death, but because they understood how sacred each moment is. Seneca once said, "People are frugal in guarding their personal property, but as soon as it comes to squandering time, they are most wasteful of the one thing in which it is right to be stingy. Everything else in life can be regained. Time cannot. Every minute spent in distraction, in indecision, in avoidance, that's a brick misplaced, and a life built on scattered moments slowly collapses. You might not feel it today, but the structure you're living inside is already forming, and in time, it becomes the world you wake up in." Think of someone you admire, not for their success, but for their steadiness, their depth, their presence. That person wasn't built by one big decision. They were built in silence, minute by minute, in the way they focused, the way they responded to difficulty, the way they showed up when it would have been easier not to. Let's be clear. This isn't about maximizing every second like a machine. This is about clarity, intention. When you spend 30 minutes scrolling, it feels harmless. But do it every day, and you lose over 11 days a year to nothing. Now flip that. Write for 30 minutes a day, and you've written a book in a year. Read for 15, and you've consumed libraries of wisdom. Reflect for 10, and your patterns begin to shift. That's the point. Discipline isn't about doing more. It's about building with what you already have. One brick, one breath, one moment at a time. The Stoics journaled not because it looked productive, but because they knew if they didn't shape their days would shape them. They understood there is no neutral. Every minute is motion, toward something or away. So what does that look like? You wake up. Instead of grabbing your phone, you breathe. You reflect. That's a brick. You work on one thing instead of 10. Another brick. You walk when you'd rather scroll. You pause when you'd rather react. You follow through when quitting would be easier. Brick by brick by brick. Until one day you look around and realize you haven't just survived time. You've built something with it. So ask yourself now, what am I constructing with my minutes today? Does this moment carry weight? Because the temple of your life is not built someday. It's built now. And once you understand that, you're ready for the final truth, that discipline isn't just about doing, but about remembering what truly matters when everything tries to make you forget. 12. If you don't measure it, it's not growth. You say you want to improve. You want to grow, evolve, become stronger. But how do you know if you're actually moving forward? If you're not measuring, you're guessing, and if you're guessing, you're drifting. That's the quiet truth most people avoid, because measurement demands clarity, and clarity forces you to confront what's real, not what you hope, not what you assume, but what is. The Stoics knew this long before modern psychology confirmed it. Without self-examination, there is no transformation. Without reflection, effort becomes motion without direction. Discipline becomes noise. You can't improve what you don't track. You can't refine what you don't observe. Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. But habits don't form by accident. They form by design, and design begins with attention. Attention comes from tracking, not to shame yourself, but to illuminate the path. This isn't about turning your life into a spreadsheet. It's about making your growth visible, measurable, tangible. Imagine trying to build a house without ever checking your measurements. You wouldn't. Imagine steering a ship without ever checking your heading. You drift. And yet, people try to build a life, one of purpose, focus, discipline, without checking in, without stopping to ask, am I on course? Then they wonder why they feel disconnected, stuck, aimless. It's not because they're lazy, it's because they're blind. They're working hard, but in the wrong direction. Let's get practical. Do you know how often you break your own promises? How much time you spend lost in distraction? How many days you actually follow through? Without measurement, those answers stay blurry, and vagueness is the enemy of progress. But when you start tracking even just a little, things shift. You begin to see your patterns, the excuses you fall back on, the moments you collapse. And that awareness gives you something powerful: choice. The Stoics practiced this daily. Marcus Aurelius would ask himself each night, what did I do well? Where did I fall short? What can I improve tomorrow? That's not performance. That's alignment. That's using your attention like a compass. And over time, those small reflections become your edge. You stop repeating mistakes on autopilot. You begin adjusting with purpose. That's how real growth happens, not through one breakthrough, but through daily calibration. Maybe for you, that's journaling. Maybe it's reviewing your goals every Sunday. Maybe it's simply writing down one win and one loss before bed. It doesn't have to be complex. It just has to be consistent. Because when you measure your effort, even when no one sees it, something deep shifts. You begin to respect your path. You stop acting like discipline is something you force and start realizing it's something you build. Brick by brick. Pattern by pattern. Choice by choice. And when you can see your progress clearly, you no longer hope you're changing. You know you are. Now that the foundation has been laid, there's only one thing left to say. This is not the end of the work. It's the beginning of your discipline taking form. Let's bring everything together. So pause and ask yourself, where am I still moving blindly? What would shift if I started measuring with presence instead of perfection? Because discipline without direction fades into noise, but discipline with awareness becomes power. The Stoics showed us that true structure is not a cage, but a path. A way to bring chaos into calm. A way to align your days with who you're meant to become. You don't need to be flawless. You just need to return to what matters again and again. Lay the brick, hold the standard, and when you fall, rise clearer. Each choice is a quiet declaration. I am not drifting, I am becoming. So if this spoke to you, subscribe for more like this and drop a simple comment below. Stay disciplined. Keep walking with intention. Your future is built in what you choose next. The next episode will meet you there. Have you ever wondered what it would feel like to walk into a room and say nothing, yet still shift the energy completely? To be so grounded, so unshakably calm, that people sense your strength without needing to understand it? Most people believe power is loud, aggressive, attention-seeking. But the Stoics knew better. They believed that real power begins where chaos ends, inside your own mind. A disciplined mind cannot be provoked. A focused mind cannot be manipulated. A still mind cannot be broken. And the beauty of it is this: you don't need perfect circumstances to build that kind of mind. You just need the courage to train it. This isn't about pretending to be fearless. It's about becoming so rooted in truth, in purpose, in self-control, that fear has no place left to stand. So if something inside you is tired of being shaken by criticism, temptation, or the noise of the world, stay with me. Because what you're about to discover isn't just a mindset. It's a quiet revolution. Number 1, growth comes with loneliness. Have you ever noticed that the moment you begin to take yourself seriously, really seriously, the world around you starts to shift? Not in applause, not in support, but in distance. Suddenly, the invitations stop. The small talk dries up. People you once laughed with now look at you like a stranger, and maybe you wonder, what did I do wrong? The answer is nothing. You didn't do something wrong. You did something rare. You chose to grow. The first symptom of real growth is not applause, it's loneliness. Not because you're flawed, but because you're finally choosing to stop playing the game. You're no longer laughing at jokes you don't find funny. You're not showing up to places just to be seen. You're not pretending to enjoy the noise that never touched your soul in the first place. And when that curtain drops, when you take off the mask, people get uncomfortable. Because your clarity exposes their confusion. Your calm reveals their chaos. Your silence becomes a mirror they can't look away from. When you stop gossiping, they call you cold. When you don't chase validation, they think you're arrogant. But what really unsettles them is that you're no longer trying to be liked. You're no longer playing the background character in their emotional drama. You've decided to become the author of your own story. Marcus Aurelius once said, "To live a good life, we have the potential for it, if we can learn to be indifferent to what makes no difference." And most people can't. They're still chasing noise, still checking who liked their photo, still looking for applause from crowds they don't even respect. But you've started to care less about what doesn't matter, and that is terrifying to those who still need the world's approval to feel alive. Here's the hard truth. Clarity costs you comfort. You'll outgrow people who don't want to grow. You'll crave solitude when others crave distraction. You'll walk alone, not because you want to, but because the path you've chosen is narrow and most won't follow. There's no guidebook for this. No mentor will hold your hand through the silence. You'll have to learn to sit with yourself without reaching for your phone. To feel the discomfort of your own thoughts and not run. That's the battlefield, your own mind. And if you lose that war, no amount of external success will save you. Picture this. You're sitting in a quiet room. No music, no phone, no conversation. Just you and your thoughts. Can you sit there without reaching for something to numb the silence? Most can't. Most will scroll, drink, distract, just to avoid being alone with themselves. But that silence, that raw, uncomfortable stillness, is where the real work begins. Because if you can't sit alone with yourself, you'll always need the crowd. And if you always need the crowd, you'll never be strong enough to become who you truly are. You'll bend every time the world pushes. You'll shrink every time someone disapproves. That's not strength. That's dependency dressed up as sociability. Think about Emily Dickinson. She lived most of her life in isolation, barely leaving her home, yet her poetry has outlived entire nations. Or Nikola Tesla, a man who lived and worked alone, ridiculed in his time, but whose ideas gave birth to the modern world. They didn't blend in. They didn't beg to be understood. They stepped away, embraced the silence, and emerged with vision. You want a mind so powerful it unsettles people, then be willing to do what unsettles them, disengage from the noise, detach from the crowd, and sit with your thoughts until they sharpen you instead of scare you. Tonight, try this. Turn everything off, lock the door. Sit down with a blank page and ask yourself the questions you've been avoiding. What are you running from? What part of yourself are you pretending not to see? Why do you still need people's attention to feel like you matter? The answers won't come right away, but that's not the point. The point is that in that silence, something rare begins to grow. A mind that doesn't flinch at discomfort. A mind that doesn't fold under pressure. A mind that belongs to you and no one else. That's what Stoicism teaches us. That strength isn't built by noise, it's built by stillness. That solitude isn't a curse, it's the forge. And the fire of that forge is cold. It doesn't give you comfort, it gives you character. Loneliness is not the punishment, it's the purification. The world may not understand you when you begin this journey, but they will feel you. Not through your words, not through your presence, but through your absence. Because the person who no longer needs others to validate them is the person others begin to fear. Not in a hostile way, but in a primal way. They sense they can no longer control you, that their opinions no longer shape you, that their games no longer tempt you. And when you rise from that silence, clear, focused, unshaken, they will look at you differently, not with applause, but with caution. Because they'll see what you've become, a mind not easily distracted, a soul not easily disturbed, a person not easily replaced. Are you willing to go there? Are you ready to walk alone if that's the price of walking in truth? Because what comes next will test that resolve. The second you start living like this, clear, detached, focused, the same people who once applauded you may be the first to walk away, and you'll need to stand tall when they do. Number 2, your change will threaten others. Have you ever noticed how the smallest improvements in your life, something as simple as thinking before you speak, reading more instead of scrolling endlessly, or cutting back on mindless social outings, suddenly make the people around you act different? You didn't criticize them. You didn't preach. You just made a few changes to better yourself, and somehow that was enough to shift the entire dynamic. Why? Because growth, real growth, acts like a mirror. And not everyone is ready to see their reflection. When you stop complaining and start taking ownership, it doesn't just feel empowering to you, it feels confronting to others. You begin turning the lights on in a room they've grown comfortable keeping dark. And the truth is, no one likes being reminded of the work they've been avoiding. You might have already felt this. Maybe you've started journaling or meditating or just being more intentional about how you spend your time. You're thinking deeper, speaking less, but with more purpose. You expect encouragement. You hope the people closest to you will be proud of the growth you're chasing, but instead, they joke. Since when did you get so serious? You're no fun anymore. Or worse, they go quiet when you share something meaningful. They ignore the substance and cling to the surface. It's not that you're doing something wrong, it's that you're doing something rare. Mental growth isn't loud. It doesn't always come with big announcements or obvious changes, but it radiates. It shifts the way you walk, the way you carry yourself, the way you speak. And that quiet shift is powerful. It unsettles people who are still hiding behind excuses. And the more authentic you become, the more inauthenticity you expose in others without saying a word. There's a name for this in social psychology: groupthink. It's the unspoken rule that keeps everyone in agreement just to feel safe. When you challenge the rhythm of the group, when you stop nodding along, when you stop complaining just to bond, when you replace gossip with silence, you become a disruption. Not because you're wrong, but because you've outgrown the game. This is why the first person in a group to take responsibility instead of blame, to reflect instead of react, often gets labeled weird or different. It's not personal, it's evolutionary, because all growth by nature is a threat to what no longer serves us. Think about Socrates. He didn't steal, he didn't murder, he didn't incite violence, but he was sentenced to death. Why? Because he questioned, because he exposed the shallowness of people's convictions. He forced Athens to look inward, and they couldn't handle it. Or look at Malcolm X. When his message shifted toward a deeper human truth, one that transcended race and nationalism, he wasn't just targeted by his enemies, he was attacked by his former allies. Not because he betrayed them, but because he evolved beyond them. That's the price of growth. Sometimes it's not the system that fights you, it's your own tribe. The ones who once applauded you will be the first to turn away when your change no longer entertains them, when your clarity demands their reflection. So here's the real question. Have you ever dimmed your light just to make others comfortable? Have you ever downplayed your progress, your discipline, your curiosity, just to fit back into a mold you outgrew long ago? If you're honest, the answer is probably yes. We've all done it. We've shrunk to stay safe, smiled to avoid confrontation, held back ideas to avoid judgment. But here's the truth. Most people will never say out loud. The people you're trying to keep close by staying small, many of them would still leave when things get hard. Their loyalty isn't to your soul, it's to their comfort. And when you start to grow, you challenge that comfort. But the inner strength you build through this discomfort, that's yours forever. No one can take that from you. Even if you lose people along the way, you gain something far more important. A self that you can actually live with. A mind that doesn't betray its values just to maintain a seat at the wrong table. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The object of life is not to be on the side of the majority, but to escape finding oneself in the ranks of the insane." That hits hard in a world where being accepted often means being distracted, diluted, disconnected from what matters. So what should you do when your growth threatens others? You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to debate. You don't need to seek understanding from people who don't want to understand. Stay silent and keep moving. Because real change doesn't beg for recognition. It makes itself known through results, through peace, through presence. Here's a small but powerful practice. Write down 3 things you've recently changed about yourself. Then write down 3 negative reactions you've received because of them. Now ask yourself this. If you gave all of that up, if you returned to who you used to be, would you actually respect yourself more? Usually the answer is clear. You wouldn't. Because a strong mind isn't one that avoids resistance. It's one that keeps going in spite of it. It's a mind that can walk into a room and not feel the need to match its chaos. A mind that isn't threatened by discomfort. A mind that knows when others recoil from your change. It says more about their fears than your path. Not everyone is ready for what you're becoming. But if you are, stop waiting for permission. Don't water yourself down to be digestible. Don't dilute your truth to make it more palatable. Speak less. Do more. And let the outcomes speak louder than your explanations ever could. If this resonates, consider this your signal. Your change is not the problem, it's the beginning. Keep going, because what comes next demands a version of you that refuses to look back. Number 3, let go of needing approval. What would you do differently if no one was watching? If you knew nobody would cheer you on, praise your progress, or even notice? That question alone can expose how much of your life is quietly shaped by the need for approval. Most people are not living, they're performing, carefully curating their actions, their words, even their thoughts to fit what they believe others will accept. But Stoicism teaches us this. If your freedom depends on applause, it's not freedom. It's dependency. And the deeper that need runs, the more you lose the ability to think clearly, act boldly, and live honestly. People fear what they can't control. And a free mind, a mind that no longer seeks validation, no longer plays the game of pleasing everyone, is the most unsettling thing in the world to them. Not because it's dangerous, but because it reveals something they've buried. The fact that they too want to be free, but don't know how. When you stop seeking approval, you become unpredictable. You stop dressing for acceptance, stop speaking in borrowed language, stop living by rules that were never yours. And that shift, however subtle, feels like rebellion to a world addicted to conformity. Nietzsche had a word for this kind of person, the Übermensch, the one who rises above the herd, not in arrogance, but in clarity. While the world asks, "Am I allowed to do this?" the Übermensch asks, "Is this worthy of who I'm becoming?" And that's the question you must begin asking yourself. Not, will they like me for this? But, is this aligned with my principles, my purpose, my highest potential? Have you ever deleted something you wanted to share because you were afraid it wouldn't get enough likes? Have you ever held back a truth just because someone in the room might disapprove? It happens more than we realize. Little moments of quiet self-betrayal done in the name of harmony. But harmony at the cost of your authenticity is not peace, it's paralysis. Stoic philosophy is unapologetic about this. Epictetus said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid, because improvement, real improvement, requires stepping outside the circle of comfort. It demands the courage to look wrong before you become right, to lose popularity before you gain strength. And society resists that. Because if you show that it's possible to walk alone, others have to admit they've chosen the safety of the crowd over the strength of their convictions. And so they mock. Not with cruelty, but with subtle undermining, pitying smiles, practical advice, comments like, "Don't overthink it," or "You're trying too hard." They're not trying to destroy you. They're trying to protect themselves from the discomfort your growth creates. This is what Nietzsche called slave morality, a system where the weak reframe their stagnation as virtue, where independence is labeled selfish, where discipline is seen as extreme, where silence is mistaken for coldness. If you step too far out, they won't understand you. But your job is not to be understood. Your job is to live with integrity. Think of Galileo. He was condemned not because he was wrong, but because his truth was too unsettling. The earth revolved around the sun, whether people believed it or not. Or Rosa Parks, her quiet refusal to give up her seat wasn't loud, but it shook the foundation of a nation. Real power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it whispers no and refuses to move. You want a challenge? Go eat at a restaurant by yourself. No phone, no headphones, no mask of busyness. Just you, sitting still. Feel that tension, that discomfort creeping in. That's not loneliness. That's the fear of being seen as lonely. But if you can push through it, if you can sit in that space without needing to explain yourself, you'll start to taste what freedom really feels like. The truth is, most people are planting seeds for applause, not for fruit. They don't ask, "Is this good for my soul?" They ask, "Will people clap for it?" And that mindset turns life into performance art, a loop of validation seeking that never satisfies. The Bible says, "Do not conform to the pattern of this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind." And the Stoics would agree. Marcus Aurelius, Emperor of Rome, journaled not to impress others, but to master himself. He didn't wait for permission to think deeply. He didn't soften his convictions to gain popularity. He stood on his own ground. You don't need to fight the world to be free. You just need to stop imitating it. Stop asking what's acceptable. Start asking what's essential, what's real, what builds the person you were meant to become. Here's a practice. Ask yourself this. If you posted nothing, told no one, got no likes or praise or recognition, would your work still feel meaningful? If the answer is no, you might be chasing the illusion of purpose, not the real thing. Start defining your own values. Don't borrow them from social media, from your peers, from the loudest voice in the room. Create your own code of honor, your own internal compass. Then live by it. And most importantly, stop waiting for permission to move forward. If you know it's right, do it. If it makes you stronger, pursue it. If it brings you closer to truth, follow it. Let every decision answer one question. Does this make me a better version of myself? Because once you no longer lean on praise, once you no longer flinch at judgment, once you can walk into any room with the quiet confidence of someone who knows who they are, you're not just hard to control, you're impossible to shake. And that, my friend, is where true strength begins. Now let's take it one step further. The next challenge, learning how to focus your energy only on what you can control, because that's where real power multiplies. Number 4, own your life completely. You don't need to shout to be powerful. In fact, the most commanding presence in any room is the one who doesn't react, not out of apathy, but out of discipline. When others panic, they stay calm. When emotions explode, they hold the line. And that kind of stillness. It begins with a difficult but liberating truth. No one else is responsible for your life. Not your parents, not your past, not your circumstances. Only you. This is where real strength begins, not in controlling the world, but in mastering your response to it. In Stoic philosophy, there's a central idea called logos, the rational order that governs the universe. Everything unfolds according to a deeper logic. You don't control the setting. You don't control whether people lie to you, fire you, or misunderstand you, but you always control how you respond. And that response, that's your declaration of who you are. The world will do its part. It will bring setbacks, injustice, and failure. That's life's role. Your role is what you choose to do next. And in that gap between event and reaction lies the entirety of your power. But here's where many people fall short. They confuse responsibility with blame. They think, if I didn't cause the pain, why should I have to carry the weight? But Stoicism doesn't ask who's at fault. It asks what's in your control. And your response, always, is yours to own. There's a quote from Jean-Paul Sartre that captures this perfectly. Man is condemned to be free. At first, that sounds harsh. How can freedom feel like a sentence? But what he meant was this. When there's no one left to blame, no fate, no gods, no instructions, everything becomes your decision. And every decision carries the weight of consequence. You don't get to pass the buck. You're not a passenger. You're the one steering the ship. If it crashes, it's on you. And strangely, that's the most empowering place to stand. Because once you stop outsourcing your responsibility, you begin reclaiming your freedom. No one can take your growth away from you if you're the one creating it. No one can stop your discipline if it doesn't depend on recognition. When you own your life fully, people can no longer manipulate you with praise or punish you with disapproval. You become untouchable, not because you have control over others, but because you've taken full control of yourself. So where do you begin? Start by dropping the stories you've been using to shield yourself. Stories like, I'm this way because of how I was raised, or people like me don't get opportunities, or no one really understands me. These are easy to say, and they might even be true. But the more you repeat them, the more they become walls between you and your potential. You're not bound by what shaped you. You're shaped by what you choose next. Try something most people never do. Tonight, before you go to bed, don't ask, who drained me today? Ask, what responsibility did I avoid today? Write it down, not to shame yourself, but to see clearly. Because what you refuse to face today will quietly rule you tomorrow. And what you take responsibility for, no matter how small, begins to shift everything. Maybe it's waking up earlier. Maybe it's calling someone you've avoided. Maybe it's cutting one distraction out of your life. A small move, done consistently, creates a momentum that no one can take from you. That's how the Stoics lived. They didn't wait for ideal conditions. They acted anyway. They trained their minds to respond with clarity when others collapsed into chaos. You want proof you're in control? Try this right now. Stop. Pause the motion. Take one full breath. And in that breath, recognize something powerful. You just chose awareness. In the middle of distraction, you made a choice. That's strength. And if you're still here, still walking this path with me, then this moment right now is your quiet declaration. I'm done playing the victim. If that's you, drop a comment with the word ownership. Just that one word, no explanation. Let it be a personal stake in the ground. And if this message speaks to something in you, subscribe. Not for me, for you. As a pledge that you're stepping fully into the life that's yours to live. Because the truth is, no one's coming to save you. And the moment you realize that, the moment you stop waiting for permission, rescue, or recognition, is the moment you start becoming dangerous. Dangerous in the best way. Not because you hurt others, but because you can no longer be controlled by them. So keep going. Let go of excuses. Let go of blame. And step fully into the only place where change truly begins. Total responsibility. Because what comes next? It requires a mind that can't be bribed by comfort or broken by loss. It requires you to rise above the noise and commit to what no one else can do for you, choosing the direction of your own life. Number 5. Strength is facing pain. What makes a mind unshakable? What turns an ordinary person into someone others hesitate to challenge, not because they're loud, but because they've faced what others run from? It's not comfort. It's not positivity. It's not chanting everything will be okay. It's pain. Pain faced directly, held without flinching, understood without running. We live in a world obsessed with avoidance. Numb it, ignore it, distract from it, wrap it in pretty phrases. But none of that builds strength. It builds dependency. Stoicism teaches something different, radically different. It says, go there, feel it, sit in the discomfort. Let the pain burn through you without trying to put it out too early. Because only then will it refine you. Sometimes the cracks in your soul aren't the problem. They're the opening, the very space through which a better version of you can emerge. But you'll never know that if you keep running. So ask yourself, how many times in life have you chosen escape over endurance? And what did that really give you? A moment's relief? An illusion of control? A mind of steel isn't forged in silence and soft days. It's built in the chaos, in the insomnia, in the moments you thought you couldn't breathe, but stayed anyway. That's not weakness. That's raw material, and it's yours to shape. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, once wrote that man can endure almost any suffering if he can find meaning in it. And he wasn't guessing. He lived through one of the darkest chapters in human history. He watched countless people collapse under horror, while others somehow rose, not because the pain was different, but because the meaning was. So here's the question. Have you tried to find meaning in your pain, or have you spent all your energy trying to outrun it? Let me tell you about a man named James. On paper, he had everything: a successful career, a wife, a beautiful family. But then tragedy struck. His 6-year-old son was killed in a sudden accident. Just like that, his world ended. For months, James moved through life like a ghost. He buried himself in his work, avoided conversations, blocked every emotion. On the outside, he looked composed, but on the inside, he was hollow. Then one day, cleaning under the couch, he found a pair of tiny shoes, his son's shoes, and for the first time, he broke. He collapsed to the floor and cried. But in that breaking, something shifted. He started writing just small letters to his son, one a day, sometimes two. He wrote about the guilt, the questions, the moments they never got to share. Over time, those letters turned into a book. That book helped thousands of grieving parents find their footing again. Pain didn't destroy him. Avoiding it almost did. Facing it saved him. You may not have lived through a tragedy like James, but everyone carries something, some quiet ache we pretend isn't there. What matters is not what caused the pain, but what you do with it. Most people try to bury it, to silence it, but pain that's buried doesn't disappear. It becomes weight. It shows up in your decisions, your distractions, your distance from yourself. Start each day with this question: what pain am I trying to ignore? Write it down, not as a complaint, but as a map. Because once you name the wound, you can begin to understand it. And once you understand it, you can begin to use it. Pain becomes fuel when you allow it to teach you. Coal under pressure becomes diamond. Metal exposed to fire becomes sword. And a mind exposed to adversity without retreat becomes something rare, something feared. Seneca said, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials." That's not just poetic, it's reality. No trial, no transformation. So ask yourself this: do you want safety or strength? Illusions or truth? Comfort or clarity? Here's a practical way to start. Pick a memory that still stings, a moment you usually avoid. Now, instead of reliving it as a victim, rewrite it from the point of view of someone who survived it, someone who grew stronger because of it. Don't write like you're still in the storm. Write like you've already come out the other side and you're telling the story to someone who needs to hear it. Because when the story changes, your relationship to it changes too. That's how a strong mind is built. Not through genetics, not through luck, but through presence, through sitting with the hard parts and saying, "I'm still here." While others numb, you feel. While others flee, you stay. While others break, you rebuild. Eventually, that changes something in you. You become someone the world doesn't know how to handle, not because you don't hurt, but because you don't run, because you don't hide. Because you've turned the very thing that once threatened to destroy you into a weapon, quiet, steady, powerful. And once you reach that point, you're ready for what's next. You're ready to prepare, not just for pain, but for anything. Not out of fear, but out of the quiet confidence that whatever comes, you've already faced worse and made it through. Number 6, expect the worst. One of the most quietly powerful habits of mentally strong people is this: they expect the worst. Not because they're negative, not because they're cynical, but because they refuse to live in denial. They know that the world is unpredictable, that suffering is inevitable, and that illusions will always shatter when reality arrives. So they prepare, silently, intentionally. And that preparation, done without drama, is what makes them dangerous. Because you cannot break someone who has already rehearsed every way they might fall. It's never the loudest person in the room who disturbs people the most. It's the one who says nothing, the one sitting still in the middle of chaos, face unchanged. They don't flinch when the storm hits. They've been expecting it. And that kind of stillness, that eerie calm, makes people uneasy. They might call it cold, but what they're seeing isn't coldness. It's Stoicism in its highest form. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The wise man sees in the misfortune of others what he should avoid." He didn't say the wise man waits for disaster to learn. He watches, he reflects, he prepares, He asks the uncomfortable questions most avoid. What if someone I love dies without warning? What if I'm betrayed by the person I trust most? What if everything I've built falls apart in a single day? These aren't morbid questions, they're protective ones. The Stoics believed in a concept called premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. It's the practice of imagining worst-case scenarios, not to live in fear, but to build a mind immune to surprise. Because it's not failure that devastates most people, it's the shock. The disbelief that something bad could ever happen to them. In investing, Howard Marks, one of the sharpest minds on Wall Street, famously said, "Risk is what's left when you think you've thought of everything." That mindset applies far beyond money. In relationships, in health, in purpose, the truly strong don't place blind bets on life. They walk into every situation having already played out the downside in their mind. And because of that, they don't collapse when reality bites. They adjust, they adapt, they continue. So ask yourself this. When was the last time you imagined your life's worst-case scenario with full clarity? Not as a fleeting fear, but as a mental exercise. And when was the last time you completely fell apart because you never saw it coming? There's a reason most people avoid this kind of thinking. It feels heavy. It feels dark. But denial doesn't protect you. It paralyzes you. And preparation? Preparation is the antidote to panic. Try this. Once a week, build what I call a collapse model. Choose one area of your life, your health, your work, your finances, your relationships, and write down, in honest detail, the worst thing that could realistically happen. No sugarcoating. Then, write your response, your plan, your backup option, who you would call, how you would stabilize. Then put the pen down, close your eyes, and breathe. If your pulse remains steady, if your chest doesn't tighten, you're building something most people never touch, a mind ready for impact. It's that readiness, that grounded awareness that makes you unshakable. People won't fear you because you have all the answers. They'll fear you because you don't need them. Because when things fall apart, you don't. Because when they're clinging to comfort, you've already let it go. This kind of presence exposes fragility in others. Your calm becomes a mirror that reflects how unprepared they are, and that can trigger them. But that's not your concern. Your responsibility is not to make people feel safe. Your responsibility is to become so internally stable that external chaos loses its power. Think of Mike Tyson in his prime. No trash talk. No bravado. Just a blank expression, walking to the ring like he'd already seen every punch, already lived through every round. That wasn't arrogance, it was certainty, a numbness forged in poverty, pain, and the awareness that life owes you nothing. He didn't fight like he hoped to win. He fought like he'd already accepted every possible outcome, and that's what made him terrifying. Preparation for the worst doesn't make you bitter. It makes you immune to paralysis. Most people can't think about loss because the thought itself makes them anxious. But the Stoic prepares by welcoming that thought, sitting with it and saying, if it comes, I will endure. Next time pain knocks on your door, don't hide. Invite it in. Ask it what it's carrying. Look it in the eyes and remind yourself, you've already imagined this. You've trained for this. You've rehearsed this moment in your mind. Because here's the final question, the one that reveals whether your strength is real. If you lost everything, your status, your income, your relationships, what would still be intact inside you? If your answer is nothing, it means your peace is conditional. If your answer is, my discipline, my principles, my clarity, then you've already begun walking the path of the Stoic. A strong mind doesn't roar like a lion. It doesn't need to. It simply stays unmoved while the world trembles. And often that stillness is more powerful than any outburst, more unsettling than any speech, more respected than any title, because once you've practiced the fall 1,000 times in your head, you walk differently. You live lighter. Not because life is easy, but because you're no longer afraid of its weight. And once you get used to welcoming the worst, the next lesson becomes inevitable, learning that not everything deserves a reaction, and knowing when silence becomes the greatest show of power. Number 7, power is not reacting. Most of the pain we carry in life doesn't come from what happens to us. It comes from how we react. And often those reactions are not born from clarity, but from the illusion of control. We try to control how others speak to us, how they perceive us, what they think or feel. We want to shape the outcomes of things we were never meant to govern. But the truth, as sharp as it is liberating, is this: you can't control what isn't yours. People will gossip. They will misunderstand you. Some will twist your words. Others will judge you without ever knowing your character. You can't stop them. But what you can control, completely and without permission, is your response. That's where your power begins. Reactivity feels like action, but often it's just surrender in disguise. When someone provokes you and you lash out, you're not winning, you're being pulled like a puppet on a string. Epictetus warned us about this. He said, if someone succeeds in provoking you, realize that your mind is complicit in the provocation. In other words, no one can steal your peace without your consent. When you lose your temper, you're not punishing them. You're handing over your mind, quietly, completely. Non-reaction, on the other hand, is not weakness. It's not suppression. It's a declaration, a statement of self-control. It says, I'm not here to be moved by every wave. I'm not here to react to every opinion. I will not chase validation. I will not defend against every accusation. I know who I am, and that's enough. Think of the people who carry real weight when they enter a room. They're not the loudest. They're not the ones constantly asserting themselves. They're the ones who don't flinch, who can sit in the middle of conflict and remain centered. Their stillness unnerves those who expect a reaction. Their calm exposes the chaos in others. Let me tell you a story. Andrew is a high school teacher. Not rich, not famous, but respected deeply. His students listen. His colleagues trust him. He never raises his voice. He doesn't dominate a room, but he is unshakable. One day, the parents of a student came into the school, furious, accusing him of discrimination. They screamed in the hallway, loud enough for entire classrooms to hear. Teachers stepped back. Students peeked from doorways. But Andrew didn't react. He stood silently, eyes steady. He didn't argue. He didn't defend. He let them speak until their anger ran out. Then he simply said, I understand your concern. I'll file a report with the principal as protocol requires. That's all. And that was enough. The administration stood by him. The parents backed off. And no one, not even his critics, could deny his composure. His silence became the mirror in which their overreaction reflected itself. That's the power of non-reaction. It's not passive. It's active restraint. It's the quiet confidence that doesn't need to prove anything, like a mountain that doesn't shift in the wind, like a structure that doesn't rattle in a storm. Its solidity speaks for itself. Where do you begin? You begin with the little moments. Someone cuts you off in traffic. A stranger posts something cruel online. A coworker interrupts you during a meeting. In those moments, don't respond. Just watch. Observe your own mind. Feel the urge to react. And then don't. Let the silence do the talking. Let your restraint unsettle the noise around you. Because here's the danger. The more reactive you are, the easier you are to manipulate. The more buttons someone can push, the more control they have over your state of mind. And the worst part? You won't even see it. You'll think you're standing up for yourself. You'll think you're defending truth. But really, you're being led. From feeling to reaction, from impulse to outburst. It's not courage, it's emotional slavery. A strong mind doesn't fight every battle. It chooses, carefully, quietly, and that choice often looks like silence. Friedrich Nietzsche said, "He who fights with monsters should be careful lest he thereby become a monster." When you mirror the rage of others, you become the thing you're resisting. When you lose yourself to defend your ego, you trade inner strength for fleeting dominance. That's not Stoic power, that's survival mode. The mind trained in Stoicism doesn't chase control over others. It seeks mastery over self. It doesn't need to win debates because it no longer needs the approval of an audience. And when that shift happens, when your peace no longer depends on whether people agree with you or treat you fairly, you become a different kind of presence. One that can't be baited, one that can't be drawn into emotional warfare. If you're ready to walk that path, try this exercise. Next time you feel triggered, pause. Say nothing. Let the discomfort rise. Let the ego protest. Then do the opposite of what your pride wants. Stay still, and in that moment you'll feel something deeper than victory. You'll feel freedom, because when you stop reacting, you stop being controlled. And when nothing outside of you can pull you off center, you become the kind of person the world respects, even fears, not because you threaten, but because you don't waver. That kind of steadiness leads us to the next lesson. When you start living by internal order, not external chaos, you begin to focus on what truly matters. And the next key is mastering your attention so it can no longer be stolen. Number 8. Critical thinking is the sharpest weapon. There's a weapon stronger than physical strength, more disarming than charm, and harder to manipulate than silence. It doesn't shine, it doesn't shout, it simply cuts through illusion with precision. That weapon is critical thinking. And in a world drowning in noise, confusion, and shallow emotion, it's the sharpest blade you can carry. But here's the truth. No one tells you, no one is born with it. You don't inherit it. You forge it. Slowly, relentlessly, through self-confrontation, through discomfort, through a refusal to blindly accept what's been handed to you. Critical thinking isn't just a skill, it's a battle, a daily one. Between the part of you that wants to go along, blend in, be liked, and the part of you that asks uncomfortable questions, that voice in you that says, wait, who told me this? Why do I believe it? What fear is this idea trying to protect? It's not about being smarter than others. It's about being more honest with yourself. Most people walk through life reacting to everything around them. They read headlines and parrot them as truth. They hear opinions and adopt them as identity. But the Stoic mind does something different. It stops. It interrogates. It pauses long enough to ask, what am I not seeing? That pause is everything, because without it, you're not living, you're echoing. You become the sum of someone else's thoughts, someone else's fears, someone else's programming. And that, according to the Stoics, is a kind of spiritual death. You're moving, yes, but not thinking. And there's a difference. Seneca said, we suffer more often in imagination than in reality. That's what happens when we don't examine our beliefs. We get hurt by ghosts. We rage at illusions. We act on assumptions that were never real to begin with. But when you begin to question, truly question, the suffering starts to shift. You start to understand not just the world, but your own role in how you experience it. Here's the practice. Every day, take one belief, just one, and examine it. Something you've always assumed about yourself, other people, or how the world works. Ask yourself, where did this come from? What if it's not true? Who benefits if I keep believing this? Maybe you believe you're bad at relationships, or that you're not creative, or that people can't be trusted. Don't argue with the belief. Just hold it up to the light. Ask it questions. Give it space to prove itself or fall apart. It sounds simple, but it's hard, because questioning your beliefs means confronting your ego, and the ego doesn't like being wrong. It wants to be consistent, even at the cost of truth. It wants to defend old pain, familiar roles, the version of yourself you built out of fear. But a mind ruled by ego is never free. It's just protected poorly. Let me give you an example. Imagine someone criticizes your work. You immediately feel defensive. Why? Is it because they're wrong, or because they touched a fear you haven't faced? What are you really defending, your integrity or your image? Or consider this. You read a viral post. It enrages you. Before you share it, before you comment, ask yourself, what's missing from this story? What's the part that wasn't said? What part of me wants this to be true? The moment you do that, you create space between stimulus and response. And in that space, you regain control. This is the true gift of critical thinking. It protects you not from the world, but from manipulation by others, by media, by your own unchecked emotions. And once you learn to think clearly, you stop being an easy target. You stop falling for narratives that play on your insecurities. You stop being pushed into battles that don't serve your highest self. You become unmanipulable. Not because you're stubborn, but because you've made a habit of seeking truth over comfort. And that makes you dangerous, because now you're not easily convinced. You're not easily triggered. You're not pulled by trends or outrage or the need to conform. You can walk into any room and listen fully, not to argue, but to understand. And when you do speak, your words carry weight, not because you've memorized facts, but because your mind is your own. Think of it this way. Most people are in mental autopilot. They scroll, they react, they repeat. You're choosing something else. You're choosing awareness. That awareness may not always make life easier. In fact, it may make it lonelier, because once you begin thinking for yourself, you'll start noticing how few people actually do. But that's the price of clarity. You don't have to think like everyone else to live in peace with them, but you do have to think deeply if you want to live in peace with yourself. Here's one more tool. In your next conversation, instead of preparing your rebuttal while the other person is speaking, try listening, not to respond, but to understand. What's underneath their opinion? What pain? What assumption? What pattern? It takes humility. It takes patience. But it gives you power. The kind of power that doesn't need to win. The kind that simply sees through. Because a strong mind doesn't fight every battle. It picks them. A wise mind doesn't hold every belief. It tests them. And a free mind doesn't fear being wrong. It welcomes correction because truth matters more than pride. So ask yourself, of all the things you believe, how many were chosen, and how many were inherited, absorbed, repeated without question? If you can't remember the last time you changed your mind about something meaningful, then maybe you've stopped growing. Maybe it's time to sharpen the blade again. Because in the end, critical thinking doesn't make you cold. It makes you clear. It doesn't make you arrogant. It makes you grounded. And it doesn't make you invincible, but it makes you immune to being used. That's the power of thinking clearly. And the moment you begin using that power, you'll notice something else. The noise around you, it starts to quiet. Not because it disappeared, but because it can no longer enter your mind without your permission. And from there, you're ready to master something even deeper. The art of self-direction, where your focus becomes unshakable and your time sacred. We've just walked through 8 timeless principles for building a mind so steady, so self-governed, that the world no longer knows how to move you. Not through praise, not through pressure, not through fear. This kind of strength doesn't come from domination. It comes from deep clarity, from knowing who you are when no one is watching, from choosing stillness when chaos calls for reaction, from standing your ground without needing applause. True mental power is quiet. It doesn't chase approval or ask for permission. It doesn't explain itself in rooms where it no longer belongs. It simply exists, unbothered and unshaken. And when others encounter it, they feel it, not because it demands attention, but because it cannot be ignored. That level of presence is rare. It is forged in moments of solitude, in days when you choose discipline over comfort, truth over popularity, growth over validation. You stop waiting to be saved and realize your mind is the weapon, the sanctuary, and the path forward. So if something in this message stirred something in you, take a second now, like the video, share it with someone who might be walking through the same storm, and drop a comment below. Just 2 or 3 words that sum up what you're taking with you. Something simple like stillness is strength or clarity over chaos. And if you're serious about building a mind that can't be manipulated, distracted, or defeated, then stay close. Subscribe if you haven't already. What comes next will take you even deeper into the kind of mindset that doesn't just survive the world, but quietly reshapes it. Until then, protect your peace. Choose your thoughts like a warrior chooses his weapons, and keep walking forward with intention. The next step is coming. What if the very thing you're chasing is running because you're chasing it? What if your struggle to control life is the very reason it feels out of reach? In a world that tells us to push harder, fight more, and never stop striving, there comes a quiet truth the Stoics understood well. The tighter you grip, the more you suffer. The more you force, the further peace drifts away. But what if peace doesn't come through control, but through trust? What if letting go is not weakness, but wisdom? Today, we're not here to talk about surrender as defeat. We're here to explore it as alignment, as an act of strength, as a way of stepping back, not to abandon effort, but to invite clarity, to meet life where it is, rather than where we demand it to be. Because sometimes, when we finally stop trying to shape the river, the current carries us exactly where we were meant to go. Stay with me. This might be the reminder you didn't know you needed. 1. When you stop chasing. Have you ever noticed that the harder you try to force something to happen, the more it seems to slip through your fingers? Maybe it's a dream job, a relationship, a goal you've been working toward for years. You show up, you give your best, you plan, you hustle, but nothing seems to open. And so, naturally, you double down, you grip tighter. You tell yourself that effort is everything, that control is the answer. But what if that very grip is what's closing the door? What if our frantic attempts to force life into place are actually what keep it from unfolding? It sounds counterintuitive, but the Stoics understood this well. Sometimes effort becomes interference. The more we try to dominate the outcome, the more life resists us. Then something strange happens. It's often in the moment we reach the edge of exhaustion, when we've pushed every button and nothing moves, that we finally let go. Not because we planned to, but because we're simply too tired to keep pushing. And in that moment of surrender, when we stop resisting, stop forcing, something begins to shift. Life softens. Possibilities open. The very thing we chased so hard seems to find us when we stop chasing. But let's be clear. Surrender isn't giving up. That's a misunderstanding. Surrender is not passive. It's a deliberate openness, a conscious decision to stop micromanaging every detail and instead meet life where it is. It's trusting that what is truly meant for us doesn't need to be wrestled into existence. Like a river flowing to the sea, life finds its way, not through struggle, but through alignment. Picture a clenched fist. It feels strong, determined, ready to fight, but it can't hold anything. It can't receive. Now picture that same hand open, relaxed. It's not weaker. In fact, it's prepared. It's receptive. That's the visual of surrender. You're not abandoning your goals. You're just letting go of the demand that they unfold exactly as you planned. Let me tell you a story. Sarah was an artist, talented, driven, always pushing herself to succeed. She worked constantly, promoted herself on every platform, networked endlessly. But her art began to feel forced. Her joy dimmed. She was burnt out. So one day, she stopped chasing. Not out of defeat, but necessity. She went back to creating for the love of it. No agenda, no expectation, just expression. And in that space of honest, open creation, something found her. A gallery owner saw her work, felt its authenticity, and offered her a solo show. That one opportunity changed everything, not because she worked harder, but because she stopped resisting and started flowing. There's a lesson here. Desire itself isn't the issue. Wanting something deeply is human. But when that desire morphs into an obsession with control, when we demand that things happen by our timeline, in our exact way, we lose sight of the natural rhythm of life. We lose our presence. We confuse striving with progress and force with wisdom. Surrender in its truest Stoic form is not laziness. It's intelligent engagement. It means showing up with clarity, not desperation. It means acting, not out of fear of missing out, but from a grounded sense of purpose. We still plant seeds. We still water them. We still give them sunlight. But we no longer dig them up every day to see if they've grown. So here's a question worth asking. Where in your life are you holding too tightly? What dream are you gripping so hard it can't breathe? What plan are you forcing that may be better served by trust? Maybe it's time to let go of the illusion that control guarantees results. Maybe it's time to trade pressure for presence. You don't have to give up the dream, just the need to dictate how and when it unfolds. When you release that grip, life doesn't fall apart. Often, it begins to fall into place. Let go, not to retreat, but to return to what matters most. Let go so your hands are free to receive. Let go, because sometimes surrender is not the end of your power. It's the beginning of your alignment with it. And once you begin to see life respond not to force but to flow, you'll wonder why you ever tried to control it all in the first place. Now, let's take this a step deeper. What does surrender really require of us, and how do we practice it in the moments that test us most? 2. Resistance is a signal. Sometimes what holds us back isn't the world, the timing, or the lack of opportunity. It's something quieter, more personal. It's that subtle inner force that shows up right when we're about to do something meaningful. The Stoics would call it the whisper of fear disguised as reason. We think it's logic telling us to wait, but what we're really hearing is resistance. Resistance isn't loud. It's not a wall in your path. It's a soft voice inside your head that says, maybe tomorrow. It hides behind busyness, behind excuses, behind the sudden urge to clean the house, check messages, or scroll through things that don't matter. It convinces us that we're being productive, when in truth, we're running from the very thing that calls us forward, the project that matters, the action that demands courage, the truth that might stretch us. And here's the paradox. Resistance doesn't show up where things don't matter. It only appears when something real is trying to surface. It's like a shadow that only forms when there's light. So if you're feeling resistance, it's not a sign to stop. It's a sign you're close to something meaningful. Think of Adam. He dreamed of writing a novel. He had ideas, time, and talent. But every time he sat down to write, his mind filled with noise. What if it's terrible? What if no one cares? What if I fail? And so he didn't write. He reorganized his workspace. He reread old notes. He stayed busy, but far from the one thing that mattered. Resistance had him in its grip, not with force, but with fear dressed as caution. But the moment Adam recognized that fear, not as a flaw, but as a threshold, things began to shift. He didn't defeat resistance. He acknowledged it. He said, "I see you, but I'm not here to be ruled by you." And that changed everything. He wrote, "Not without fear, but with it sitting beside him, no longer in control." That is what surrender looks like in the face of resistance. It's not domination, it's understanding. It's the courage to move forward while still feeling afraid. It's a gentle kind of strength that doesn't shout. It simply continues. The Stoics taught us to examine our impressions, to pause and ask, is this fear rooted in truth, or just an illusion I've accepted without question? So when resistance rises, try this. Instead of judging yourself for being lazy or weak, get curious. Ask, what is this fear really protecting me from? Maybe it's not just fear of failure. Maybe it's fear of being seen. Fear that success will change your relationships. Fear that trying your best and falling short will be more painful than not trying at all. But fears lose power when we name them. When we sit down with them and say, "You're not the enemy, you're just a signal." Write it out. Let your resistance speak on the page. Then write back calmly and clearly, like a wiser version of yourself saying, "I hear you, but I have work to do." Resistance is a part of growth, not a mistake, not a weakness, but a sign you're alive, a sign you're stepping beyond comfort into something that matters. And the best way to meet it? Start small. Resistance loves big, overwhelming plans. So shrink the scale. Don't write a book, write one paragraph. Don't build a business, sketch one idea. Don't transform your life overnight. Just take one honest step forward. When you return to presence, resistance softens. When you shift from expectation to action, the fog begins to clear. Because the truth is, every person who's ever created something meaningful has walked through this invisible weight. They didn't wait for it to vanish. They moved with it. They danced with their doubts and chose forward motion anyway. So, if you feel resistance today, let it be a guide, not a barrier. Let it point you towards something true. Then, with compassion and steadiness, take that next step. Not to prove anything, not to chase perfection, but simply because the path is yours. And now that you've met resistance, let's explore what it means to release the outcome. Because surrender doesn't just ask us to act, it asks us to let go of what happens next. 3. Trusting the unfolding. After resistance, there's often a silence, not the peaceful kind, but the heavy kind. The kind where you start to wonder if any of this is worth it. You question your path, your choices, and even your strength. Am I doing something wrong? Is this a sign to stop or to push forward? And in that silence, the mind does what it's trained to do. It tries to control. It clings to plans, demands certainty, and searches for guarantees. But life doesn't hand out guarantees. It never has. And maybe it never should. The Stoics remind us that while we control our efforts, outcomes are never truly ours to own. There is a rhythm in life larger than any plan we can write, a timing that doesn't operate on our urgency. Call it nature, call it fate, call it divine intelligence, whatever name we give it, the principle remains. We are not the sole authors of our story. We are participants in something far deeper. When we stop trying to manipulate every chapter and begin to trust the unfolding, life often begins to move in ways we couldn't have imagined. But trust is not easy. It demands that we release not just our plans, but our fears. It asks us to walk forward, even when the path is dim. And the mind, trained to seek clarity, resists that. The mind wants answers, proof, a full map. But the heart, it doesn't need certainty. It only needs honesty, connection, a reason to keep going that's deeper than control. Take Maya, for example. She spent years searching for purpose. She read every book, attended workshops, mapped out 5-year plans with precision. But none of it clicked. Nothing felt true. Until one day, she stopped asking the world for answers and started listening to herself. She paid attention to the things that quietly energized her, the work that didn't drain, the conversations that lit her up. She followed the small voice inside her, instead of chasing big promises outside her. It wasn't a grand moment of revelation, just a series of gentle steps. And a year later, she found herself in a career that felt like home, not because she pushed harder, but because she surrendered to alignment. That's what real trust looks like. It's not waiting for the stars to align perfectly. It's being open. It's tuning into the present instead of projecting fear into the future. It's showing up with clear intent but loose hands. When things don't go your way, it's not always a punishment. Sometimes it's preparation. A closed door can be a correction, not a rejection. A delay can be grace, not failure. To live this way, you have to give up the obsession with timing, the need to measure yourself against someone else's clock, the idea that success has to happen by a certain age or in a certain order. Life doesn't obey deadlines, it obeys growth. And when you're ready, when your inner world has caught up to your desire, the outside often responds quickly. Not because you finally earned it, but because you became ready to receive it. This isn't a passive approach. It's not about sitting back and hoping life works out. The Stoics were not idle. They believed in action, but action without attachment. Trust is what allows us to keep showing up, not from anxiety, but from clarity. It's moving like a dancer with the rhythm of life rather than dragging the music along behind us. There's strength in that, there's freedom in that, and above all, there's peace. Peace in knowing that life is not out to hurt you, it's out to shape you. Every detour, every disappointment, every unanswered question, they're not random. They are part of the design, carving you into who you are meant to be. But you only see this when you stop trying to write the story in advance and start listening to the chapter that's already unfolding. So ask yourself honestly, where in your life are you trying to force a result? Where are you holding so tightly that you're missing the natural flow? Can you loosen your grip just a little? Can you stop demanding perfect timing and instead become the person who is ready when it arrives? Because when you do, something beautiful happens. Not only do you begin attracting what's meant for you, you begin feeling different, more grounded, more centered, more calm. And in a world that tells you to hustle endlessly, that kind of calm is a rare and powerful rebellion. Let's keep going, because the next step is learning how to act from that trust, not out of pressure, but out of purpose. 4. The strength of allowing. We grow up believing that effort is the answer, that if we just push harder, move faster, stay later and grind longer, life will eventually reward our struggle. And sometimes it does, but not always, because there's a threshold where effort crosses into desperation. And when we step past it, we don't get closer to what we want. We start pushing it away. The Stoics understood something we often forget. Not every situation needs force. Sometimes what we need isn't more striving, it's more space. Not more doing, but more being. There's a powerful difference between action that comes from fear and action that comes from alignment. When fear drives us, we rush. We try to control every detail, predict every outcome, and force results. We start chasing external proof to validate our internal worth. But when our actions come from alignment, they feel different. They feel grounded, calm, intentional. We're not scrambling to catch up with life. We're moving with it. Allowing isn't the absence of effort, it's the presence of trust. It means recognizing that not every problem needs immediate fixing. Not every door needs to be kicked open. Some things need to unfold. Some answers arrive only when we stop shouting and start listening. But letting go of control feels unnatural, even threatening, because we've been taught that control equals success. We've been praised for pushing through, for taking charge. So, naturally, stepping back feels like weakness. But it's not. It takes strength to hold space. It takes restraint to pause. It takes wisdom to know when to act and when not to. Allowing is a discipline. It's the art of giving something enough room to grow without smothering it with urgency. It's understanding that real solutions don't come from panic, they come from clarity. Think about nature. A seed doesn't grow into a tree because we keep tugging at it. It grows because the right conditions, time, soil, sunlight, stillness are present, and the same is true for our lives. Our goals, our healing, our relationships, they don't need pressure, they need space. They need our presence, not our panic. Let me give you a picture. Imagine someone trying to fix everything all at once. They're constantly adjusting, controlling, checking, managing. They believe if they stop, things will fall apart. But in truth, their over-efforting becomes the very thing disrupting the process. Now imagine someone who moves with purpose but without rush. They step in when needed. They let go when it's time. They trust the unfolding. That person doesn't look lazy. They look centered, focused, strong in a different way. That's the Stoic way. Not passive, not indifferent, but calmly responsive. Grounded in purpose, not driven by fear. So ask yourself, what are you currently forcing? What in your life feels like it's being held together by sheer willpower? Can you loosen your grip? Can you stop demanding answers and start creating space for insight? Can you let go of timelines that were never yours to begin with and trust that something wiser may already be at work? You don't have to abandon effort, but you can shift it. Instead of trying to control what's outside you, try cultivating what's within you: clarity, patience, presence. When you do that, you stop moving against life and start flowing with it. And that's when the unexpected happens. Things begin to align, doors open. Not because you forced them, but because you became the kind of person they were meant to open for. So take a breath. Let go of the urgency. Set down the weight of trying to make everything happen right now. Step back, not out of fear, but out of wisdom. You don't need to chase what's already making its way to you. You don't need to force what's meant to flow. Just create the space. Let it arrive in its time. And from that space of calm awareness, let's move forward into something even deeper, where surrender becomes not just a mindset, but a way of living. 5. Loosen the grip of expectation. Expectations are the invisible burdens we carry through life. They shape how we think, how we measure progress, how we define success. We don't often question them, we just absorb them. We tell ourselves we should be further by now. We should feel happier. We should know what we're doing. And when reality doesn't match that silent script in our heads, we feel like something has gone wrong. Not because life has failed us, but because it didn't follow the exact storyline we wrote without even realizing it. But where do these expectations come from? They rarely come from truth. They come from comparison, from fear, from the belief that if we don't control the outcome, we'll somehow fall behind. We don't just want good things, we want them our way, on our schedule, under our conditions. And when they don't show up on time or in the form we imagined, we don't just feel disappointment, we feel betrayed. Yet the Stoics remind us, it's not events themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them. Expectations are just judgments dressed up as certainty, and the tighter we cling to them, the more tension we create. And that tension, it blocks flow. It narrows our perspective until all we can see is what isn't happening, rather than what is. We become blind to surprise, closed off to beauty, disconnected from the present. Desire isn't the problem, vision isn't the enemy. But when desire hardens into rigid expectation, suffering follows. We start to measure the value of the journey by whether the destination matches a fantasy. We tie our peace to outcomes we can't control, and slowly our joy becomes conditional, held hostage by something as fragile as timing. Think about it. How often has your pain come not from what happened, but from what you expected to happen? You expected a person to understand you, and they didn't. You expected a goal to be reached by now, and it wasn't. You expected to feel different after achieving something, and that feeling never came. And in each case, the hurt wasn't in the moment, it was in the mismatch between reality and the story you wrote. So what's the alternative? Do we stop caring? Of course not. The alternative isn't apathy, it's presence. It's showing up each day with effort, with heart, with vision, but without letting your expectations define your worth. You still care deeply. You still aim high, but you loosen your grip on the outcome. You hold your goals like an open hand, not a clenched fist. That's what maturity looks like in the Stoic path. It's not about giving up, it's about growing up. It's the shift from I must have this or I'm not enough to I will give my best, and whatever happens, I'll meet it with peace. Because often, the most meaningful things in life don't arrive according to our plan. They show up unannounced, in forms we never expected. And if we're too busy clinging to what was supposed to happen, we might miss what's actually happening. So pause and reflect. What expectations are you holding that no longer serve you? What silent stories are shaping how you judge your life? And what would it feel like to let them go, not to fall behind, but to finally come home to what's real? Letting go of expectation doesn't mean you care less. It means you care more wisely. It means you're making space for the kind of peace that doesn't come from control, but from presence. And when you find that space, something begins to shift. You start to feel lighter, calmer, more open. You stop resisting what is and begin responding to it with clarity. That's where true freedom lives. Not in the perfect outcome, but in the quiet confidence that no matter what happens, you'll meet it with grace. So if this resonates, drop a simple comment below. Let go. And if you haven't yet, subscribe. This journey is just getting deeper. Because next, we're going to talk about the quiet strength that comes when we stop performing and start simply being. 6. Stillness is the shift. Silence isn't empty. Stillness isn't passive. In fact, it's often in those very moments when we stop pushing, stop chasing, stop controlling, that the most meaningful shifts quietly begin to unfold. but most of us rarely make space for stillness. We treat it like a luxury, or worse, a waste of time. We see it as the pause between the real parts of life, when in truth, stillness is where life starts to make sense. The Stoics understood this. Marcus Aurelius wrote not just as an emperor, but as a man who returned to himself in the middle of chaos. In the early morning hours, while others slept, he practiced stillness, not to escape the world, but to meet it fully. That's the essence of surrender through stillness. It's not dramatic. It's not something you post about. It's the quiet return to breath, to presence, to what's real right now. We carry tension in ways we don't even notice. In our thoughts, in our shoulders, in the speed of our speech and the urgency in our hearts. That urgency becomes our normal, but beneath it always is a quieter rhythm, one we only hear when we slow down enough to listen. That's what meditation is for. Not perfection, not performance, just space. A space to stop reacting, to breathe, to see clearly without needing to fix. You don't need to be a monk. You don't need a mountain or an hour. You just need 5 minutes of willingness. Sit. Close your eyes. Let your breath rise and fall without changing anything. When a thought comes, and it will, don't fight it. Don't follow it. Just notice it, like a cloud passing overhead. This isn't about silencing the mind. It's about seeing through its noise. What you'll discover is that beneath the noise, there's something steady, a kind of stillness that isn't dull, but alive, a presence that isn't trying to prove anything. It's from that space that surrender becomes effortless. Not because you forced yourself into calm, but because you stopped running from what is. Stillness trains your nervous system to relax. It teaches your mind to loosen its grip. It opens the heart to feel again, not from fear or judgment, but from presence. And from that presence, insight emerges, not through strain, but through space, not through thinking harder, but through listening deeper. In a world that rewards constant motion, stillness is a quiet rebellion, but it's also a return to the self that isn't striving or struggling. The self that just is. The self that breathes, watches, and responds. When you meet that part of yourself daily, even for a few moments, your relationship with life begins to shift. You stop needing to control everything. You start trusting that some things simply unfold. Let me put it this way. When you skip a stone across water, it moves fast, but it never goes deep. Stillness is the place where you drop beneath the surface, where you feel what's true, where you remember what actually matters, and once you've touched that place, even briefly, you carry it with you, into your work, into your relationships, into the way you move through uncertainty. This is where surrender takes root, not as a theory, but as a rhythm, a daily, grounded return. Not to the part of you that demands answers, but to the part that watches, listens, and trusts. And when that trust becomes natural, life no longer feels like something you have to manage. It becomes something you move with, something that meets you breath by breath, one quiet moment at a time. Now, with this foundation of inner stillness, let's explore how to carry that presence into action without losing the calm it came from. 7. Redefining real strength. We're taught early on that control equals strength, that the more in control we are of our time, our goals, our emotions, the more powerful we become. So we plan, we organize, we tighten our grip on life like it's something that will slip away the moment we loosen up. We micromanage every detail, we hold our routines like shields, but deep down, most of that control doesn't come from strength. It comes from fear. Fear of what we can't predict, fear of what we might lose, fear of not being enough unless everything goes exactly as planned. And the irony is this: the tighter we hold on, the more fragile we become. The more we try to force life to obey our expectations, the more disconnected we feel from its natural rhythm. Control gives us the illusion of safety, but not the experience of peace. What it often brings instead is tension, anxiety, and the constant low-grade stress of trying to make everything turn out just right. So when life doesn't follow the script, and it rarely does, we feel like we've failed. But have we? Or did we simply forget that we were never meant to control everything in the first place? This is where the Stoic idea of surrender becomes powerful. It challenges the belief that control is the only path to power. It invites us to consider that real strength might not be found in force, but in flexibility. That the person who can bend without breaking, who can adapt without losing themselves, is far stronger than the one who clings tightly to certainty. Think about a tree in the wind. The rigid one snaps, the rooted one sways. It moves with the storm, not against it. That's the strength of surrender. It's not passive, it's not giving up. It's knowing when to stop resisting reality and start working with it. Surrender says, I don't need to dominate every outcome. I need to stay grounded enough to meet whatever comes with clarity and composure. This mindset shift isn't easy. It goes against what we've been taught. Most of us have been conditioned to believe that unless we're constantly preparing and predicting, everything will fall apart. But life isn't a spreadsheet. It's a process, and processes respond better to presence than to pressure. They thrive not in force, but in flow. Surrender doesn't mean abandoning responsibility. It means changing how we carry it. Instead of asking, how do I make this happen exactly as I imagined? We begin asking, how can I meet this moment with awareness and wisdom? That subtle shift changes everything: our stress, our resilience, our sense of identity. We stop viewing every obstacle as personal failure and start seeing each challenge as an invitation to listen, to adjust, to grow. Control is rigid, surrender is responsive, and responsiveness is what life requires of us most. This doesn't mean you stop setting goals. It means you stop tying your worth to them. It means understanding that you are not your results. You are not your output. You are not your perfect routine. You are the one who watches, the one who adapts, the one who can begin again without shame or pressure. So pause for a moment. Ask yourself gently, where is control quietly running your life? Where are you holding so tightly that you've lost your ease? Have your habits become helpful structures or silent prisons? And can you soften, even slightly, into a space where not everything has to be planned to perfection? Because in that softening, you don't lose power, you reclaim it. You gain the ability to pivot, to breathe, to move with life rather than against it. That's not weakness, that's mastery. That's the kind of strength that listens before speaking, pauses before reacting, and responds with intention rather than impulse. You don't have to conquer life. You're not here to dominate every outcome. You're here to collaborate with what is. And in that collaboration, control fades, but something deeper takes its place. Not chaos, not surrender as resignation, but wisdom, trust, and the quiet, unshakable confidence that whatever happens, you will meet it with grace. Let's keep going, because the next step is learning how to surrender, not just in quiet moments, but in the middle of movement, decision, and real-life momentum. 8. Want without needing. There's a strange paradox that life quietly teaches us, one we often overlook. It's this: the moment you stop needing something is often the moment it begins to find its way to you. Not because life is playing tricks, but because letting go changes your energy. It shifts your state from chasing to receiving, from grasping to openness, from lack to presence. And in that shift, something powerful happens. You stop pushing life and you start moving with it. You try, you push, you chase, and nothing gives. Then one quiet day, you exhale. You stop clinging to the outcome, and without warning, things begin to unfold. Clarity rises. Opportunities appear. People show up. It doesn't always come in the way you expected or on the timeline you hoped for, but it comes, not as a reward for giving up, but as a natural response to your shift in posture, from tension to trust, from force to flow. To understand why this works, you have to ask yourself, why do I want what I want so badly? Is it because it truly inspires me, or because I believe I'm not enough without it? Much of our striving comes not from vision, but from insecurity. We chase success, validation, love, thinking they will complete us, that until we get them, we can't feel safe, or whole, or worthy. And that belief creates pressure. It says, until this happens, I cannot rest. Surrender breaks that cycle. It says, I can want something deeply and still be whole without it. I can pursue my goals and still be at peace if they take time. It separates healthy desire from desperate attachment. And in that separation, a quiet kind of freedom begins to take root. This doesn't mean abandoning your goals. It means showing up for them without letting them control your inner world. You still take action, you still dream, but you're no longer gripping the outcome with white knuckles. You're no longer tying your self-worth to results you don't fully control. The Stoics understood this well. They taught that while outcomes are external, our responses are internal. What matters most is how we live, not just what we achieve. The paradox of surrender is not that you get what you want because you stopped caring. It's that you become who you need to be to receive it because you stopped resisting life's timing. Force creates friction, but when you loosen your grip, you return to the present. And from presence, you act with more clarity. You listen better. You move with intention instead of anxiety. Think of how different your energy is when you're not driven by desperation. You're not demanding. You're not trying to prove anything. You become magnetic because you're grounded. You're honest. People feel it. Even when things don't go the way you hoped, you don't crumble, because your peace wasn't built on outcomes. It was built on integrity, on showing up fully, with heart, no matter what the result. That's the strength surrender gives you. Not the illusion of control, but the reality of inner freedom. You stop postponing joy until conditions are perfect. You stop withholding peace until something external arrives. You live now, fully, authentically. And life begins to respond, not because you shouted louder, but because you finally listened deeper. So ask yourself honestly, what are you holding so tightly that it's causing more stress than progress? What are you afraid will disappear if you stop chasing it so hard? And what would it feel like to want something deeply, but not need it to define you? That shift doesn't make you less ambitious. It makes you more powerful. Because you're no longer creating from fear. You're creating from presence, from strength, from a quiet certainty that you are already enough. And when you move from that place, free, focused, aligned, what you truly need often finds its way to you. Not because you forced it, but because you finally became still enough to receive it. Let's take that stillness with us, because what comes next is learning how to surrender even in motion, how to hold that freedom even as life continues to move forward. 9. Love without control. Relationships have a way of revealing the parts of us we try to hide, and one of the clearest places this shows up is in our desire to control. In our closest connections, romantic, familial, even friendships, we often try, sometimes without realizing it, to shape others into what we believe they should be. We want them to respond the way we would. We want them to love in the way we define love. We want them to meet our needs, intuitively, perfectly, without us having to ask. And when they don't, frustration surfaces. We begin correcting, managing, persuading, maybe not out of malice, but out of fear. Fear of being rejected. Fear of being misunderstood. Fear that if we don't take control, the connection will slip away. But here's what surrender teaches us. Love is not control. Love isn't the act of reshaping someone to fit into our comfort. It's the courage to allow them to be fully themselves, even when that self challenges our expectations, even when it brings up our own insecurities. Surrender in relationships doesn't mean you stay silent or avoid hard conversations. It means letting go of the illusion that closeness is built on control. True connection doesn't thrive on pressure. It grows in space. In the room we give each other to be real, to be imperfect, to grow. The more we try to force someone to fit our image, the more tension we create. The more we try to manage their emotional responses to feel safe ourselves, the more unsafe the relationship can become. What we seek most, authentic closeness, starts to dissolve the moment control enters the picture. But let's be clear, surrendering in love is not the same as tolerating dysfunction. It's not staying quiet in the face of harm. It's not abandoning your standards. In fact, it takes more strength to express your needs without attaching them to expectations. It takes wisdom to know the difference between loving someone and trying to fix them, between accountability and manipulation, between connection and codependence. Think of it this way. We all carry silent scripts, stories we've written about who the other person should be by now, how they should act, what they should give us. And often these scripts are unspoken but deeply felt. They create resentment when people don't follow them. But what if we set the script down? What if we met people as they are, not as who we hope they'll become? That shift softens everything. It opens space for listening, for understanding. We become less reactive, less quick to judge, and in that softening, something deeper begins to emerge. We stop trying to win arguments and start seeking real communication. We stop needing the relationship to validate us and start appreciating it for what it truly is. When love is born from surrender, it feels different. It's not about performance. It's not about keeping score. It's not about conditions. It's presence. It's two people showing up honestly, without masks. And that honesty, while not always comfortable, is where true connection lives. Take a moment and reflect. Where in your relationships are you holding too tightly? Where are you trying to control out of fear rather than trust? What would shift if you let go, not of the person, but of the pressure? It might feel unfamiliar at first. Letting go always does. But within that discomfort is the beginning of something more real. A relationship that breathes. A love that listens. Because when two people meet in surrender, something sacred happens. Not because they control each other, but because they honor each other. Moment by moment, choice by choice. They don't demand perfection. They offer presence, and in that presence, love transforms. It becomes less about possession and more about understanding, less about power and more about peace. Let that guide us now as we move toward the final invitation of surrender, one that goes beyond people, beyond plans, and into how we live each day in quiet alignment with what truly matters. 9. The quiet strength of surrendered love. Relationships, more than any other part of life, reveal our desire to control. In our closest bonds, romantic, familial, or even deep friendships, we often, consciously or not, try to shape the other person into what we need them to be. We expect them to respond the way we would, to love in the language we've defined, to meet our needs without being asked. And when they don't, we don't always react with understanding. We manage, we correct, we subtly pressure, not always out of cruelty, but often out of fear. Fear of being misunderstood, of being rejected, of losing connection. But surrender offers us a different path. It shows us that love, real love, isn't about control. It's not about reshaping someone to fit the borders of our comfort zone. It's about allowing them to be fully themselves, even when that self challenges us, even when it brings our own insecurities to the surface. Because the truth is, control may create temporary compliance, but it never creates lasting connection. To surrender in a relationship is not to stay silent. It's not to avoid conflict or suppress your truth. It's to let go of the illusion that closeness can be forced, that love needs to be managed, that emotional safety comes from control. In fact, the more we try to control how someone shows up, the more fragile the connection becomes. Real emotional safety is born from freedom, not pressure. People need room to breathe, to grow, to change, and that room only exists when we're willing to surrender the mental story we've written about who they should be. This doesn't mean accepting dysfunction. It doesn't mean tolerating harm or pretending things are fine when they're not. Surrender isn't blind. It's discerning. It knows the difference between setting a boundary and trying to manipulate an outcome, between expressing a need and trying to rewrite someone's nature, between loving someone for who they truly are and resenting them for not becoming who you imagined. There is something quietly beautiful in letting go of the script, in choosing to meet someone where they are, not where you hope they'll end up. It doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop clinging. You begin listening more. You soften. You make space. And in that space, deeper understanding begins to emerge. Conversations shift. Arguments lose their sharp edges. We stop trying to win and start learning how to relate. When connection is born from surrender, it feels different. It isn't built on performance or conditions. It's built on presence. You show up honestly. They do too. Not perfectly, but truthfully. And that truth creates something stronger than control ever could. It creates trust. So take a breath and ask yourself, where in your relationships are you holding too tightly? Where are you gripping the narrative, trying to manage how things unfold? And what might open if you let go, not of the person, but of the pressure? The answer may not come easily. It might even feel uncomfortable. But in that discomfort is the beginning of a deeper freedom, the freedom to feel what's real, to relate without armor, to love without control. Because when two people meet in that space, unarmed, undefended, unforced, something sacred happens, not because they agree on everything, not because they fulfill every expectation, but because they choose to honor one another as they are, moment by moment. That's what surrendered love looks like. It doesn't seek to possess, it seeks to understand. And from that understanding, a new kind of connection grows, one that doesn't rely on power, but on presence. And that same presence, when carried into our daily life beyond relationships, becomes the foundation for true inner peace, the kind that doesn't depend on others, but begins within. 10. Return to the present. The present moment is the most valuable thing we have, and yet it's the one we most often overlook. We're pulled toward what's next, haunted by what's behind, constantly scanning for what might go wrong, and in that endless mental tug of war, we lose touch with where life actually happens, here, Now, not in the memory, not in the plan, but in this breath, this heartbeat, this exact moment, and still we resist it. Not because the present moment isn't worthy, but because it demands something we're afraid to give up, our need to mentally escape. We escape through overthinking, through excessive planning, through distractions that keep us numbed and scattered. We replay conversations. We imagine outcomes. We convince ourselves that peace, joy, clarity, whatever we're chasing, lives in some distant future. But the Stoics knew better. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Confine yourself to the present, not as a cliché, but as a discipline. Because if we don't learn how to inhabit this moment, we'll miss every other moment that follows. The next breath, the next opportunity, the next insight, all will pass unnoticed because our minds weren't there to meet them." Surrendering to the present doesn't mean you stop preparing. It doesn't mean you stop dreaming. It means you stop resisting. You stop fighting what already is with the false belief that your peace lives somewhere else. It means you let this moment be enough, not flawless, not free of pain, just enough. There's a quiet power in that shift. When we return to the now, something inside us softens, the volume of our thoughts lowers, our breath deepens, we see more clearly, and we realize, often with surprise, that most of our suffering didn't come from the moment itself, but from our refusal to enter it fully. This is where your strength lives. Not in the scenarios you're trying to predict, or the regrets you keep reliving, but in the presence you bring to what's here. When you're fully in the now, you respond instead of react. You speak with clarity. You make decisions with integrity. You stop trying to fix everything all at once because you're no longer scattered across timelines that don't exist. You've returned to your center. And no, the present isn't always peaceful. Sometimes it's messy. Sometimes it's uncertain. But even then, there's a steady ground beneath it. A stillness that doesn't vanish when things get hard. The more you train yourself to return to that inner steadiness, the more unshakable you become. Not because life got easier, but because you stop running from it. We often tell ourselves, "I'll feel better when things calm down, when the goal is reached, when the problem is solved." But peace doesn't wait on the perfect moment. It shows up when we stop postponing our presence. When we stop resisting the life we're actually in, because everything begins in the now. Every moment of courage, every burst of creativity, every connection, every act of love, every breakthrough, it all starts with your willingness to be fully here. And when you surrender to the now, not because it's comfortable, but because it's real, you begin to live with a different kind of power. A power that doesn't rely on control. A power rooted in awareness. So pause. Gently ask yourself, where are you right now? Not physically, but mentally. Are you here? Or are you caught in a future that hasn't arrived, or a past that no longer belongs to you? And if you're not here, come back. Come back to the breath. Come back to the rhythm of your body. Come back to what's real. Because this moment, this simple, fleeting moment, is not something to escape. It's something to inhabit. And when you do, when you meet it fully, you discover something the Stoics understood deeply. Surrender isn't about giving up. It's about coming home to yourself, to the breath, to now. And from this return, something greater begins to unfold, not because you forced it, but because you were finally present enough to receive it. 11. The courage to release. So much of what we chase, peace, clarity, connection, purpose, is already within reach. We don't miss it because it's hidden. We miss it because we're moving too fast. We're gripping too tightly. We're trying so hard to shape life into something it was never meant to be. And in all that effort, we forget a simple truth. Surrender isn't about giving up. It's about tuning in. It's about meeting life where it is, not where we've been taught it should be. We've been told that control is strength, that the more we manage, the more we're protected. But real strength, the kind the Stoics spoke of, doesn't come from dominating life. It comes from trusting it. It comes from knowing that you don't have to carry everything on your own, that freedom doesn't come from control, it comes from presence. Yes, you can force an outcome, you can push things into place, but the result is often temporary, and the cost is usually your peace. True alignment, the kind that transforms not just what you experience, but who you are while experiencing it, only comes when you stop forcing and start allowing. So maybe the better question isn't, what do I need to make happen? But what am I being asked to release? What belief is no longer serving you? What expectation is keeping joy just out of reach? What grip are you holding so tightly that you've forgotten how to breathe? Imagine, just for a moment, softening, slowing down. Not because you're quitting, but because you're finally ready to move with life instead of against it. This isn't a passive idea, it's a practice, a way of showing up with grounded strength and quiet courage. Because yes, it takes courage to stop pushing. It takes strength to be still. And it takes real trust to believe that what's meant for you will never need to be forced. So as you step back into your day, carry this with you. Surrender isn't the end of effort. It's the beginning of a different kind of power, a power that flows instead of fights, a power that listens instead of demands, that collaborates instead of controls, that trusts instead of panics. Start there. Start now. One breath at a time, one moment at a time. That's where the real change begins. If this moved you, subscribe, stay present, and let go. Have you ever felt your entire mood shift because of one careless word from someone who doesn't even matter to you? One glance, one insult, one moment of disrespect, and suddenly your peace is gone. You replay it in your head. You get angry again. You tell yourself to let it go, but it lingers. Why does it feel so easy to lose control and so hard to hold on to it? The truth is, most people live at the mercy of their emotions, but it doesn't have to be that way. Imagine becoming the kind of person who remains grounded, even when others try to provoke you. Imagine a calm so deep that chaos simply passes through you, unable to take root. This isn't about suppressing anger or pretending to be unaffected. It's about transforming the way you see the world so completely that nothing can disturb your inner stillness. In this video, we'll explore timeless Stoic principles that can help you build that kind of strength. If you're ready to walk through life unshaken, stay with me. What you learn today might not just change your reactions, it might change who you become. Number 1, practice preemptive humiliation. What if the secret to unshakable peace wasn't found in avoiding pain, but in rehearsing it? The Stoics called it premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, not to invite suffering, but to weaken its grip before it ever arrives. And one of the most powerful ways to do this is through what I call preemptive humiliation. It sounds harsh at first, but lean in. Most anger doesn't come from the event itself. It comes from the shock. You didn't expect to be ignored. You didn't expect to be disrespected. You didn't expect someone to misunderstand, criticize, or mock you. So when it happens, it feels like a violation. But what if it didn't surprise you? What if, instead of resisting those moments, you prepared your ego to receive them without flinching? Each morning, take 1 minute to picture something uncomfortable. Imagine someone rolling their eyes at your idea, a friend not texting back, a stranger making a snide comment. See it in detail. Let your heart feel that little sting, and then breathe. Don't fight it. Don't try to fix it. Just accept it. Let it pass through you, and then take it further. Don't just visualize the insult. Try understanding the one who delivers it. Maybe they've been carrying pain for years. Maybe life hardened them. Maybe they don't know how to speak with kindness because kindness was never spoken to them. So when they lash out, they aren't attacking you, they're bleeding in your direction. And your job isn't to stop the bleeding. Your job is to stop your ego from reacting. Preemptive humiliation means walking straight into rejection, discomfort and criticism mentally before the day begins. So when it happens in real life, you're not caught off guard. You've already practiced peace. Like Marcus Aurelius, who reminded himself daily that he would encounter rude, arrogant and thankless people, not to complain, but to prepare. He didn't say they won't affect me. He said they can't affect me because he had already chosen who he would be. So ask yourself, who do you want to be today? Someone who crumbles when life is unfair, or someone who has already accepted that unfairness is part of the path? Don't let your peace depend on people behaving well. Rehearse the mess, expect the noise, and when it arrives, meet it with the calm you've already practiced. Now let's move to the next practice, where power begins with silence and clarity. Number 2, the 3-second soul mirror. Pause, just 3 seconds. That's all it takes to change the course of what would have become another heated argument, another emotional spiral, another moment of regret. Because let's be honest, most of us don't respond. We react, fast, thoughtless. Someone disrespects us and our ego lights up like dry grass to a flame. Before we even register the offense, we're already snapping back, raising our voice, feeding the fire. And then afterward, when the dust settles, we realize the hurt wasn't really about them. It never was. It was about something buried within us that finally found a way to scream. This is where the 3-second soul mirror becomes a weapon of peace. Here's how it works. Whenever someone pushes your buttons, whether through words, a look, a tone, don't move, don't speak, don't justify, don't act. For just 3 seconds, stand still and ask yourself a simple but powerful question. What wound in me is trying to speak right now? In that short pause, the entire battlefield shifts. You see, Stoicism was never about pretending nothing affects you. It was about knowing yourself so deeply with such unshakable honesty that nothing can control you without your consent. This practice doesn't erase the moment, but it illuminates it. It lets you see what's truly yours and what isn't. Because that person in front of you? They're not the cause of your rage. They're the mirror, the trigger, the echo. The words they said might be cruel, but the pain, if we're brave enough to admit it, was already inside us. A story we've told ourselves for years, that we're not heard, not respected, not enough. But when you stop and turn inward, you step out of the story. You step into awareness. Let's break it down. Someone makes a passive-aggressive remark. Your shoulders tense. Your pride snaps awake. You're seconds from responding, but instead you breathe and you ask yourself, why does this hurt? Maybe it reminds you of moments when you were dismissed, invisible, unseen. Maybe it pokes at the fragile part of your identity you've never fully faced. But now you've caught it. You've brought it into the light, and in that clarity you regain your power. Because when you understand the pain, it no longer controls you. It reveals you. Most people swing blindly at the world, hoping that lashing out will heal them. But Stoics train for something else entirely. They train to see. And that seeing is where the freedom lives. Marcus Aurelius wrote daily about turning inward, reminding himself that it was never the insult that harmed. It was the echo we allowed it to create. And when you master the pause, even for just 3 seconds, you silence that echo. You create space for wisdom, for restraint, for peace. So the next time anger rises, don't chase it. Don't let it speak for you. Look at it, hold it, and say, I see you. I know where you come from, but I choose what happens next, because that's the power no one can take from you, the power to choose your response, not from the wound, but from the awareness of it. 3 seconds. That's all it takes to protect your peace, to preserve your dignity, to change your life. And once you've seen yourself clearly in the mirror of the moment, no one else can use your pain to pull you down. Let's carry this awareness forward, because the next lesson builds on this inner clarity, the quiet strength that comes not just from restraint, but from a deeper kind of focus. Number 3, the displacement meditation technique. Picture this. Someone rolls their eyes as you speak, or maybe they dismiss your effort with a sarcastic tone. Maybe it's sharper, a cold comment, a passive-aggressive jab, a flash of temper out of nowhere. Your chest tightens, your jaw stiffens, the blood rushes up, and in that split second, your mind shouts, "Say something." That's the moment where most people lose themselves. But you are not most people. You're not here to be mastered by emotion. You're here to master it. And this is where a powerful Stoic tool comes in: displacement meditation. Don't let the name intimidate you. It's simple, subtle, and quietly transformative. Here's how it works. When someone offends you, frustrates you, disrespects you, you don't react. Not right away. Instead, you swap them out in your mind. You replace the face in front of you with a different character, one that breaks the illusion of threat. Imagine the rude co-worker as a child in the middle of a tantrum. Imagine the condescending stranger as a frail elder speaking nonsense from confusion. Imagine the cruel ex-lover as someone terminally ill, lashing out from fear rather than malice. Now pause. Ask yourself, would I argue with a child? Would I raise my voice at someone who's sick? Would I let my ego clash with someone lost in confusion? You wouldn't. You'd soften. You'd exhale. You'd lower your voice, not because they deserve it, but because you do. That shift in perception, however brief, breaks the emotional grip. And this is the insight the Stoics lived by. Most of the harm people cause isn't calculated cruelty. It's unprocessed pain spilling outward. Marcus Aurelius wrote that when people act unjustly, it's from ignorance, fear, or weakness. Not to excuse it, but to refuse to carry the poison forward. What displacement meditation does is this. It helps you see the storm behind the splash. You stop taking the moment personally. You stop seeing the offender as a threat, and instead see them as a symptom of exhaustion, of bad conditioning, of a life that taught them to fight instead of listen. And when you shift the story your mind tells, the emotion untangles itself. You feel the heat fade, you feel the pressure loosen, and most importantly, you stay in control. Now, to be clear, this doesn't mean letting people walk over you. It doesn't mean silence in the face of cruelty. It means responding from clarity, not from injury. It means setting boundaries with composure, not rage. It means telling the truth without letting the pain twist your voice, because the moment you react from injury, you hand them control. But when you pause and substitute them in your mind, you reclaim it. You see the adult acting childish and choose not to mirror it. You see the wounded soul behind the mask and decide not to wound back. Try it. Next time someone's words sting or their attitude pushes you, don't react from the first story your ego writes. Picture a new actor in that scene, and then breathe, soften, let your shoulders drop, because the battle you thought was about you was never really about you. It was about their storm, not your stillness. This is the quiet power of displacement meditation. It turns insult into insight. It rewires instinct into awareness. And slowly, it transforms you into someone who can stand in the middle of chaos and not absorb a drop of it. And once you learn to rewrite the story, you're ready for the next discipline, one that doesn't just protect your peace, but turns your silence into a force the world can feel. Number 4, collapse the fairness contract. Let's face it, there's a hard truth most people spend their entire lives avoiding. Life isn't fair. People aren't fair. And the world doesn't owe you fairness. Now, that might sting at first, but once you truly accept it, you unlock a kind of emotional freedom most people never experience. Because what causes our deepest frustrations and resentments isn't what actually happened. It's what we thought was supposed to happen. You expected to be appreciated. You expected someone to be honest, to be kind, to be decent. You expected life to reward your effort, your patience, your loyalty. And when it didn't, you felt cheated, like someone broke a rule they were supposed to follow. But here's the thing. There was no rule. There was no contract. This invisible agreement you carry around, this mental script that says, if I give respect, I should receive it. If I stay loyal, I should be treated the same. That's what I call the fairness contract. And it only exists in your mind. Nobody else signed it. The Stoics had a name for this illusion, the illusion of control. And the longer you cling to it, the more the world will disappoint you. So what do? We collapse the contract. We stop believing in the myth that decency must be returned, that justice must be instant, that people must act the way we think they should. We recognize that fairness is not a rule, it's a gift. That respect is not a transaction, it's a personal choice. That life doesn't follow our expectations, it follows its own path. Think about it. You help someone and they don't say thank you, collapse the contract. You tell the truth and they twist your words, collapse the contract. You stay faithful to someone who betrays you, collapse the contract. Because when you stop expecting reciprocity, you stop feeling betrayed. When you let go of entitlement, insults lose their sting. And when your peace is no longer tied to someone else's behavior, you stop being a hostage to their choices. This doesn't mean you stop being good. It means you're finally free to be good without needing applause. It means you give kindness without making it conditional. You offer respect because that's who you are, not because you're trying to earn something back. And when others fall short, it's okay. You didn't build your peace on their actions. Marcus Aurelius understood this well. He wrote, "You can commit injustice by doing nothing, but don't expect the world not to be unjust." That wasn't bitterness, that was clarity. Because he knew the only contract that truly matters is the one you sign with yourself. The contract that says, I will act with virtue no matter what the world throws at me. So today, tear up the old contract. Replace it with one that says, I don't demand fairness to stay grounded. I don't need validation to keep showing up. I don't crumble just because someone else broke rules they never agreed to. And when you do this, something shifts inside you. You don't become cold, you become clear. You don't become detached, you become free. And in that freedom, even the smallest act of goodness feels like a gift again. A smile becomes a treasure. A thank you becomes a miracle, and every injustice becomes an opportunity to choose steadiness over spite. That's what collapsing the fairness contract gives you. Not numbness, but quiet power. Not bitterness, but unshakable gratitude. And that kind of strength It prepares you for the next transformation, where silence becomes your new form of discipline. Number 5. The ghost companion lens. Imagine this. You're standing in the middle of an argument. Someone just raised their voice at you, threw a sarcastic jab, or looked at you with that cold, condescending expression that hits just beneath the skin. And suddenly your whole body is on fire. The words form fast. Your breath shortens. The need to respond, to prove your worth, defend your pride, hit back, is screaming inside you. But right before you act, pause. And now, picture something else. Standing beside you, invisible to everyone else, is a presence, a ghost. Not one that brings fear, but one that brings wisdom. Maybe it's Marcus Aurelius, watching calmly with a face that reflects total self-command. Maybe it's Epictetus, arms crossed with quiet certainty, whispering that you control only your response. Or maybe, and this is the most powerful image, it's you, but not the current you. It's the future you, the version of yourself you've been working toward. The one who is steady in storms, grounded in chaos, and so full of inner dignity that no insult can reach him. That's your ghost companion, and seeing him changes everything. This is what I call the ghost companion lens, a Stoic practice so simple, yet so deeply transformative, that it can stop 80% of emotional outbursts before they happen. Why does it work? Because we behave differently when we feel watched, not by the crowd, not by the world, but by someone we don't want to disappoint, by someone we admire. When you imagine that wiser version of yourself witnessing your next move, the equation shifts. That reaction you thought you were entitled to. It doesn't feel like power anymore. It feels like regression. And suddenly, silence becomes strength. Restraint becomes dignity. Let's be honest. Most emotional explosions happen because we think no one sees us, because we believe the moment belongs to us alone. But the truth is, we're always shaping who we become, even in private, especially in private. The Stoics knew this. They trained their minds to act with honor whether or not applause followed. And when you bring your ghost companion into the room, you raise the bar. Instantly. You're no longer yelling into a void. You're standing in front of a standard. And that standard whispers, hold the line. Choose your highest self, even when it's hard. So next time you're about to explode, about to shoot off that sarcastic reply, sulk in passive anger, or let bitterness harden your voice, pause, close your eyes if you need to, and mentally invite your ghost in. See them clearly, feel their gaze, not judgmental, but steady, not punishing, but unshakably present. Let them hold the space with you and watch what happens. Your shoulders loosen, your breath returns, your pride quiets. Because you've remembered, this isn't just about this moment. It's about the man you're becoming. Marcus Aurelius didn't need to win every argument. He didn't need revenge or loud victories. What he needed, and what he trained for, was to be at peace with his own conscience. That's what the ghost companion gives you. A living, breathing inner witness who calls you to act, not from pride, but from purpose. So from now on, never walk into a hard moment alone. Let your future self walk with you, in traffic, at the dinner table, in tense conversations, in silence. Let him remind you of who you are trying to become, because once that version of you enters the room, anger won't stand a chance. And that prepares us for the next shift, a practice that sharpens your presence so deeply, the world starts to feel your silence more than it hears your voice. Number 6, name the demon, not the person. Think back to the last time someone really got under your skin. Maybe they made a rude comment. Maybe they dismissed your effort or twisted your words. Maybe they acted selfishly in a moment you needed them most. And right away, your mind did what it's wired to do. It attached the pain to the person. He's such a jerk. She always does this. They never care. But here's where the Stoic sees through the surface. The Stoic doesn't react. The Stoic investigates. Because maybe it wasn't the person that hurt you. Maybe it was something moving through them. Anger, fear, ego, pride. What if they weren't the villain, but the vessel? This is the power behind a technique I call name the demon, not the person. It's simple, but it can reshape your entire emotional world. The Stoics believed that people don't act out of evil, they act out of ignorance. They lash out not because they're malicious, but because they're trapped in patterns they've never learned how to escape. They speak from wounds they've never healed. And when you learn to separate the person from the emotion possessing them, everything changes. Let's walk through it. Someone snaps at you in public. Instead of saying, "What's their problem?" you take a breath and say inwardly, "That's not them, it's anger speaking." Someone spreads gossip behind your back. You could retaliate. Or you could whisper to yourself, "That's not who they are, it's fear talking." Fear of being forgotten, fear of losing relevance. Someone constantly criticizes you, talks over you, makes you feel small. Instead of locking eyes with their mask, you look deeper. That's not Michelle. That's insecurity. That's not David. That's pride pretending to be strength. You begin to see the patterns behind the people, and when you see that, you soften, not out of weakness, but out of wisdom. You're no longer reacting to the surface, you're responding to the truth beneath it. And that gives you two powerful gifts. First, it helps you detach emotionally. You no longer absorb every insult like a dart to the heart. You see the source, and that distance frees you. Second, it strengthens your compassion. Not the kind that lets people walk over you, but the kind that sees someone yelling and thinks, "You must be carrying something heavy." The kind that doesn't escalate because it knows the real battle is already happening inside them. Marcus Aurelius wrote that people do wrong because they don't know what's truly right. Epictetus said, "People harm others when they confuse harm for help." That doesn't make it okay, but it makes it understandable. They're not monsters, they're misled. And when you believe that, not just as an idea, but as a lived mindset, you stop needing to fight back. You stop feeding your fire to match theirs. So next time someone tries to pull you into their chaos, don't get pulled in. Pause. Look at them, not as your enemy, but as someone carrying a burden they don't know how to name. Then quietly name it for yourself. That's not John. It's frustration hijacking John. That's not Lisa. It's fear shielding Lisa. It's not the person. It's the wound wearing their face. And when you can do that, you no longer have to defend yourself against people. You only need to understand the forces moving through them. That's how you take your power back. That's how you move from being reactive to being centered, from being triggered to being tranquil. And that awareness leads naturally into the next step, the one where your silence becomes your strongest answer. Number 7, soul weight training. Think back to the last time something small irritated you. Maybe someone cut in line at the store. A coworker made a passive-aggressive comment. A driver swerved in front of you without even signaling. The moment passed in seconds, but it lingered. A tightness in your chest. A frustrated thought you carried into your next interaction. Maybe your voice sharpened without you realizing it. That's what emotional triggers do. They sneak in, not with grand explosions, but with small disruptions that slowly chip away at your peace. But what if those moments weren't attacks? What if they were opportunities in disguise? What if every single irritation, no matter how minor, was actually a rep in your soul's gym? That's the essence of what I call soul weight training. The Stoics understood this long before we gave it a name. Every frustration, every insult, every moment that tests your patience, that's your training partner. Someone cuts you off in traffic. That's a 10-pound patience rep. Someone talks over you during a meeting. That's a 15-pound humility rep. Someone forgets to say thank you after you went out of your way to help. That's a 20-pound gratitude endurance set. That passive-aggressive message you just got, that's a heavy lift, but you handled it. You didn't snap. You didn't break. You lifted that emotional weight and moved forward. And just like a disciplined athlete who trains daily, the more reps you do, the stronger you get. You start to realize that anger is no longer a threat. It's fuel. Every trigger becomes resistance. Every annoyance becomes an opportunity to strengthen your response. And over time, you stop waiting for life to be easy. You start becoming someone who's ready for whatever life brings. Think of it this way: your triggers are the weights. Your reactions are your form. Your self-awareness is the discipline behind every rep. And the world, that's your training ground. You're late and someone's walking slowly in front of you. Instead of blowing up, you breathe and tell yourself, "This is my patience set." Someone gives you attitude for no reason. Your pride flares, but you say, "Here's another rep for composure." You're criticized unfairly, and every part of you wants to defend yourself, but you choose silence. That's a heavy rep, and you just got stronger. This is the Stoic way, not avoiding life's challenges, but transforming them. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." In other words, what frustrates you is not the obstacle, it's the path. It's the weight room of the soul. So stop asking life to be lighter. Start becoming stronger. Stop wishing for less pain. Start lifting it with more grace. Because growth doesn't come from comfort. It comes from resistance. And not just the resistance outside of you, but the resistance inside, the urge to lash out, to quit, to complain, to strike back. Every time you lift that inner weight without dropping it on someone else, you evolve. You don't just survive discomfort, you shape it into strength. And over time, something remarkable happens. The things that used to ruin your whole day, they barely touch you. You'll move through chaos with a steady presence that others notice. They'll ask, "How do you stay so calm?" And maybe you'll smile and say, "I train with anger. I lift pain. I don't run from discomfort. I use it to grow." That's how peace stops being a wish and becomes a way of life. And once you've mastered turning discomfort into discipline, you're ready for the next shift, the one where presence, not pressure, becomes your power. Number 8, the last breath frame. Pause for a second. Take a deep breath in through your nose and slowly out through your mouth. Now ask yourself a simple but powerful question. If I had only 10 minutes left to live, would this moment still matter? That insult, that rude message, that cold glance, that delay that's testing your patience, that person who didn't acknowledge your effort, that mistake that cost you time. Would any of it still deserve your energy if your last breath was just minutes away? This is what the Stoics practiced through memento mori, the meditation on mortality. But don't confuse it with morbidity or fear. It's not about obsessing over death. It's about sharpening your awareness of life. Because nothing brings truth into focus like the idea of a ticking clock. When you live with the end in mind, everything unnecessary begins to fall away. Enter the last breath frame, a simple mental shift that works instantly. The moment your emotions flare, stop. Visualize a timer on your life, 10 minutes remaining, not years, not decades, just 10 minutes. And ask yourself, how would I choose to spend these last moments? Would you really use them arguing with a stranger on the internet? Would you waste even one breath crafting a clever insult to defend your ego? Would you use your final energy proving you were right in a situation that won't matter tomorrow? Or would you choose peace? Would you close your eyes and feel the warmth of sunlight on your face? Would you call someone you love and let your voice remind them they mattered? Would you sit still and feel the miracle of breath moving through your chest? Would you reflect on who you've become, how deeply you've loved, how calmly you carried yourself? The answer, every time, is obvious. You wouldn't give your last breath to pettiness, so why give this breath to it? This is what the last breath frame reveals. It collapses illusion. It strips away drama and leaves only what's true. And once you see that, you begin to live from clarity, not from impulse. Because here's the deeper truth. Most of what we react to today won't matter a year from now.